Sounds like Renee. Oh, Brendan is streaming.
Took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the damned?
Can you see anything?
He said, will you defeat them?
Nope, Scott is offline.
Yeah, I know. See what I mean? Doesn't make any sense.
Because one day I'll leave you a phantom to lead you in the summer to join the black parade.
If I take one more step, it'll be the furthest from home I've ever been.
Can you see it?
Hold on. I think it's trying. Yeah, I can.
Fucking so stupid. It won't display your thing if you go over 8,000, at least not with, at least not without, partnership status. Better just, stream at 8,000 anyway, because it's a nice balance in between quality and not too high quality, so people with lesser internet speeds can still watch the stream. Because otherwise you're just going to be uploading too much for them to download, which is what happened with us with Parsec. Same problem, just a little different.
What is this music you have playing for the stream?
What's playing? Oh, Black Parade.
Well, maybe you should play the book.
Solve your fears. Oh, you can offend me, and I can't listen. Alright.
Why do they always play that song during Christmas?
I'll mute. What?
They always play this song during Christmas.
I don't know. It's got a lot of the same instruments as Christmas music.
It's just because it's marching band music.
I don't know, Ash. Maybe it's an emo Christmas song. All I know is that it and the album that it came from are fucking fantastic. And anyone who says otherwise doesn't like its style of music.
God damn it! I shouldn't have lubed my joints this much.
What?
My mic keeps floating away because I lubed the joints last night.
Don't
to stop
lube the joints. Why?
They were creaking. They were creaking.
Okay. And? They're creaking because they're under tension, which is what it's supposed to do. It's a mic arm.
You know what?
Why do you think
You're
my
making-
shit creaks all the time? It's not because I don't fucking oil it. Well, it is because I don't oil it. It's because I don't need to oil it, because it's a fucking mic arm. Its job, little one, is to be under tension.
Yeah, well... Shut up.
Dweeb! Alright.
Well, actually, hold on. I just took off one of the springs and now my mic arm is completely balanced. So
Okay, good
That-
luck with that. Lord
may just be what I needed to do.
of the Rings soundscape. I don't remember where it is anymore, but
Archive.
What one were we on? I know it's on the archive. I meant in my fucking numerous tab.
And looked around.
I added animals into my giant rainforest vivarium.
The Lord
Welcome
of the
to the
Rings
Ants channel, Ants Canada, Ant channel.
by J.R.R.
Why does he
Tolkien.
talk like that? He's like Pyro Styro and Chills. All these people.
Pyrostyro?
Yeah, look him up. Do you
Book
not know
one.
how he fucking talks?
The Fellowship of the Ring.
He talks
Chapter 1.
so
Like
weird.
Unexpected Party.
No, weirder than Chills.
When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced
Fucking Mr. Bilbo Baggins, a Bag End announced. Where were we at? The Bridge of Khazad-dûm? Or did we do that? We were in Lothlorien.
Yeah. Gandalf just got killed by Snape.
Your thing won't pop up.
What won't pop up?
Oh, there it goes.
You're not streaming to me, by the way.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what wouldn't pop up. Fucking dingus. I can set it to better text readability so that way, because you're only gonna be
Save some
listening.
bandwidth. Yeah, save some bandwidth. Well, just lower the resolution. Lower everything.
I did. I don't stream to you at 1080p, darling. I stream generally on like 720p. My fucking pants are just not long enough. When I sit in this chair for too long, it'll ride up my ankles. Alright.
Alas, I fear we cannot stay here any longer, said Aragorn. He looked towards the mountains and held up his sword.
Farewell, Gandalf!
He cried.
Did I not say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware?
Alas, that I spoke true. What hope have we without you? He turned to the company.
We must do without her.
He said,
At least we may yet be avenged. Let us gird ourselves and weep no more. Come. We have a long road and much to do.
They rose and looked about them. Northward the dale ran up into a glen of shadows, between two great arms of the mountains, above which 3 white peaks were shining. Celebdil, Fanuidhol, Caradras, the mountains of Moria. At the head of the glen, a torrent flowed like a white lace over an endless ladder of short falls, and a mist of foam hung in the air about the mountain's feet,
Yonder is the Dimriel Stair.
said Aragorn, pointing to the falls.
Down the deep cloven way that climbs beside the torrent we should have come. If fortune had been kinder.
Oh, Caradras, less cruel,
said Gimli.
There he stands, smiling in the sun.
He shook his fist at the furthest of the snow-capped peaks and turned away. To the east, the outflung arm of the mountains marched to a sudden end, and far lands could be descried beyond them, wide and vague. To the south, the misty mountains receded endlessly as far as sight could reach. Less than a mile away, and a little below them, for they still stood high up on the west side of the dale, there lay a mere. It was long and oval, shaped like a great spearhead thrust deep into the northern glen, but its southern end was beyond the shadows under the sunlit sky. Yet its waters were dark, a deep blue like clear evening sky seen from a lamplit room.
Its face was still and unruffled. About it
Stream
lay a smooth
paused.
sword, shelving down on all sides to its bare, unbroken rim.
What?
It said stream paused.
There lies the
What paused?
The stream. I don't know what you did, but it said stream paused.
Okay, it's fucking fixed now, is it not?
It is fixed.
Miramir, deep Khaled Zaram.
Said Gimli sadly.
I remember that he said, "May you have joy of the sight," but we cannot linger here. Now long I shall journey, ere I have joy again. It is I that must hasten away, and he that must remain.
The company now went down the road from the gates. It was rough and broken, fading to a winding track beneath heather and wind that thrust amid the cracking stones. But still it could be seen that once long ago a great paved way had wound upwards from the lowlands of the dwarf kingdom. In places there were ruined works of stone beside the path, and mounds of green topped with slender birches, or fir trees sighing in the wind. An eastward bend led them hard by the sward of Miramir, and there, not far from the roadside, stood a single column broken at the top.
That is Durin stone.
Cried Gimli.
I cannot pass without turning aside for a moment to look at the wonder of the dale.
Be swift then, said Aragorn, looking back towards the gates.
The sun sinks early. The orcs will not maybe come out till after dusk, but we must be far away before nightfall. The moon is almost spent, and it will be dark tonight.
Come with me, Frodo.
Cried the dwarf, springing from the road.
I would not have you go without seeing Khaled Zaram.
He ran down the long green slope. Frodo followed slowly, drawn by the still blue water in spite of hurt and weariness. Sam came up behind. Beside the standing stone, Gimli halted and looked up. It was cracked and weather-worn, and the faint runes upon its side could not be read.
This pillar marks the spot where Durin first looked into the Miramir,
said the dwarf.
Let us look ourselves once ere we go.
They stooped over the dark water. At first, they could see nothing. Then slowly, they saw the forms of the encircling mountains mirrored in a profound blue, and the peaks were like plumes of white flame above them. Beyond, there was a pace of sky. There, like jewels sunk in the deep, shone glinting stars, though sunlight was in the sky above. Of their own stooping forms, no shadow could be seen.
Oh, Khaled Zaram, fair and wonderful,
said Gimli.
There lies the crown of Durin till he wakes. Farewell.
He bowed and turned away, and hastened back up the green sward to the road again.
What did you see?
Said Pippin to Sam. But Sam was too deep in thought to answer. The road now turned south and went quickly downwards, running out from between the arms of the dale. Some way below the mere they came on a deep well of water, clear as crystal, from which a freshet fell over a stone lip and ran glistening and gurgling down a steep rocky channel.
Here is the spring from which the silver lode rises,
said Gimli.
Do not drink from it. It is icy cold.
Soon it becomes a swift river, and it gathers water from many other mountain streams, said Aragorn. Our road leads beside it for many miles, where I shall take you by the road that Gandalf chose. First, I hope to come to the woods where the silver lode flows into the great river. Out yonder. They looked as he pointed, and before them they could see the stream leaping down from the trough of the valley, and then running on and away into the lower lands until it was lost in a golden haze.
There lie the woods of Lothlorien. That is the fairest of all the dwellings of my people. There are no trees like the trees of that land, for in the autumn their leaves fall not, but turn to gold. Not till the spring comes and the new green opens do they fall, and then the boughs are laden with yellow flowers, and the floor of the wood is golden, and golden is the roof, and its pillars are of silver. For the bark of the trees is smooth and grey. So still our songs in Mirkwood say, my heart would be glad if I were beneath the eaves of that wood, and it was springtime. My heart would be glad even in the winter,
said Aragorn.
but it lies many miles away. Let us hasten.
For some time, Frodo and Sam managed to keep up with the others, but Aragorn was leading them at a great pace, and after a while they lagged behind. They had eaten nothing since the early morning. Sam's cut was burning like fire, and his head felt light. In spite of the shining sun, the wind seemed chill after the warm darkness of Moria. He shivered. Frodo felt every step more painful as he gasped for breath. At last Legolas turned, and seeing them now far behind, he spoke to Aragorn. The others halted, and Aragorn ran back, calling to Boromir to come with him. "I'm sorry, Frodo," he cried, full of concern. "So much has happened this day, and we have such need of haste that I've forgotten that you were hurt, and Sam too. And we have done nothing to ease you as we ought, though all the orcs of Moria are after us. Come now. A little further on there is a place where we can rest for a little. Then I will do what I can for you. Come, Boromir. We will carry them." Soon afterwards they came upon another stream that ran down from the west and joined its bubbling water with the hurrying Silverlode. Together they plunged over a fall of green-hued stone and foamed down into a dell. About it stood fir trees, short and bent, and its sides were steep and clothed with hart's tongue and shrubs of whortleberry. At the bottom there was a level space through which the stream flowed noisily over shining pebbles. Here they rested. It was now nearly 3 hours after noon, and they had come only a few miles from the gates. Already the sun was westering. While Gimli and the 2 younger hobbits kindled a fire of brush and firwood and drew water, Aragorn tended Sam and Frodo. Sam's wound was not deep, but it looked ugly, and Aragorn's face was grave as he examined it. After a moment, he looked up with relief. "Good luck, Sam," he said. "Many have received worse than this in payment for the slaying of their first orc. The cut is not poisoned, as the wounds of orc blades too often are. It should heal well when I have tended it. Bathe it when Gimli has heated water." He opened his pouch and drew out some withered leaves. "They are dry, and some of their virtue has gone," he said. "But here I have still some of the leaves of Athalas that I gathered near Weathertop. Crush one in the water and wash the wound clean, and I will bind it. Now it is your turn, Frodo." I'm all right," said Frodo, reluctant to have his garments touched. "All I needed was some food and a little rest." "No," said Aragorn. "We must have a look and see what the hammer and anvil have done to you. I still marvel that you are alive at all." Gently he stripped off Frodo's old jacket and worn tunic, and gave a gasp of wonder. Then he laughed. The silver corselet shimmered before his eyes like the light upon a rippling sea. Carefully he took it off and held it up, and the gems of it glittered like stars, and the sound of the shaken rings was like a tinkle of rain in a pool. "Look! Look, my friends. Here's a pretty hobbit skin to wrap an elven princeling in. If it were known that hobbits had such hides, all the hunters of Middle-earth would be riding to the Shire."
And all the arrows of all the hunters in the world would be in vain,
said Gimli, gazing at the mail in wonder.
"It is a mithril coat. Mithril! I have never seen or heard tell of one so fair. Is this a coat that Gandalf spoke of? Huh, and he undervalued it. But it was well given."
"I've often wondered what you and Bilbo were doing so close in his little room," said Merry. "Huh. Ah, bless the old hobbit. I love him more than ever. I hope we get a chance of telling him about it."
There was a dark and blackened bruise on Frodo's right side and breast. Under the mail, there was a shirt of soft leather, but at one point the rings had been driven through it into the flesh. Frodo's left side was also scored and bruised where he had been held against the wall. While the others set the food ready, Aragorn bathed the herds with water in which Athalas was steeped. The pungent fragrance filled the dell, and all those who stooped over the streaming water felt refreshed and strengthened. Soon Frodo felt the pain leave him, and his breath grew easy, though he was stiff and sore to the touch for many days. Aragorn bound some soft pads of cloth at his side. "The mail is marvelously light," he said. "Put it on again if you can bear it. My heart is glad to know that you have such a coat. Do not lay it aside even in sleep unless fortune brings you where you are safe for a while. And that will seldom chance while your quest lasts." When they had eaten, the company got ready to go on. They put out the fire and hid all traces of it. Then, climbing out of the dell, they took to the road again. They had not gone far before the sun sank behind the westward heights, and great shadows crept down the mountainsides. Dusk veiled their feet, and mist rose in the hollows. Away in the east, the evening light lay pale upon the dim lands of distant plain and wood. Sam and Frodo, now feeling eased and greatly refreshed, were able to go at a fair pace, and with only one brief halt, Aragorn led the company on for nearly 3 more hours. It was dark. Deep night had fallen. There were many clear stars, but the fast waning moon would not be seen till late. Gimli and Frodo were at the rear, walking softly and not speaking, listening for any sound upon the road behind. At length Gimli broke the silence.
Not a sound but the wind,
He said,
There are no goblins near, or my ears are made of wood. It is to be hoped that the orcs will be content with driving us from Moria, and maybe that was all their purpose, and they had nothing else to do with us. With the ring. Though orcs will often pursue foes for many leagues into the plain, if they have a fallen captain to avenge.
Frodo did not answer. He looked at Sting, and the blade was dull. Yet he had heard something, or thought he had. As soon as the shadows had fallen about them, and the road behind was dim, he had heard again the quick patter of feet. Even now he heard it. He turned swiftly. There were 2 tiny gleams of light behind, or for a moment he thought he saw them, but at once they slipped aside and vanished.
What is it?
Said the dwarf.
I don't know,
Answered Frodo.
I thought I heard feet, and I thought I saw a light. Like eyes. I've thought so often since we first entered Moria.
Gimli halted and stooped to the ground.
I hear nothing but the night speech of plant and stone.
He said.
Come, let us hurry. The others are out of sight.
The night wind blew chill up the valley to meet them. Before them, a wide grey shadow loomed, like poplars in the breeze.
Lothlorien!
Cried Legolas.
Lothlorien! We have come to the eaves of the Golden Wood. Alas that it is winter.
Under the night, the trees stood tall before them, arched over the road and stream that ran suddenly beneath their spreading boughs. In the dim light of the stars, their stems were grey, and their quivering leaves a hint of fallow gold.
Lothlorien,
Said Aragorn.
glad I am to hear again the wind in the trees. We are still little more than 5 leagues from the gates, but we can go no further. Here let us hope that the virtue of the elves will keep us tonight from the peril that comes behind.
If elves indeed still dwell here in the darkening world.
Said Gimli.
It is long since any of my folk journeyed hither, back to the land whence we wandered in ages long ago.
Said Legolas.
But we hear that Lothlorien is not yet deserted, for there is a secret power here that holds evil from the land. Nevertheless, its folk are seldom seen, and maybe they dwell now deep in the woods and far from the northern border. Indeed, deep in the wood they dwell,
Said Aragorn, and sighed as if some memory stirred in him.
We must fend for ourselves tonight. We will go forward in a short way until the trees are all about us, and then we will turn aside from the path and seek a place to rest in.
He stepped forward, but Boromir stood irresolute and did not follow.
Is there no other way?
He said.
What other fairer way would you desire?
Said Aragorn.
A plain road, though it led through a hedge of swords.
Said Boromir.
By strange paths has this company led, and so far to evil fortune. Against my will we passed under the shades of Moria to our loss, and now we must enter the Golden Wood, you say? But of that perilous land we have heard in Gondor, and it is said that few come out who once go in, and of that few none have escaped unscathed. Say not unscathed, but if you say unchanged, then maybe you will speak the truth.
Said Aragorn.
But law wanes in Gondor, Boromir, if the city of those who once were wise. They now speak evil of Lothlorien. Believe what you will, there is no other way for us unless you would go back to Moria Gate, or scale the pathless mountains, or swim the great river all alone. Then lead on.
Said Boromir. But it is perilous.
Perilous indeed.
Said Aragorn.
Fair and perilous. But only evil need fear it,
or those who bring some evil with them. Follow me. They had
You
gone
mean
little
like
more than a
Frodo?
mile into the forest when they came upon another
Frodo.
stream flowing down swiftly from the tree-clad slopes that climbed back westward towards the mountains. They heard it splashing over a fall away among the shadows on their right. Its dark hurrying waters ran across the path before them and joined the silver lode in a swirl of dim pool among the roots of trees.
Here is Nimrodel.
Said Legolas.
Of this stream the Sylvan elves made many songs long ago, and still we sing them in the north. Remembering the rainbow on its falls, and the golden flowers that floated in its foam. All is dark now, and the bridge of Nimrodel is broken down. I will bathe my feet, for it is said that the water is healing to the weary.
He went forward and climbed down the deep cloven bank and stepped into the stream.
Follow me.
He cried.
The water is not deep. Let us wade across. On the further bank we can rest, and the sound of the falling water may bring us sleep and forgetfulness of grief.
One by one they climbed down and followed Legolas. For a moment Frodo stood near the brink and let the water flow over his tired feet. It was cold, but its touch was clean. And as he went on, it mounted to his knees. He felt that the stain of travel and all weariness was washed from his limbs. When all the company had crossed, they sat and rested and ate a little food. And Legolas told them tales of Lothlorien that the elves of Mirkwood still kept in their hearts, of sunlight and starlight upon the meadows by the great river before the world was grey. At length a silence fell, and they heard the music of the waterfall running sweetly in the shadows. Almost Frodo fancied that he could hear a voice singing, mingled with the sound of water.
Do you hear the voice of Nimrodel?
Asked Legolas.
I will sing you a song of the maiden Nimrodel, who bore the same name as the stream beside which she lived long ago. It is a fair song in our woodland tongue, but this is how it runs in the Westeron speech, as some in Rivendell now sing it.
In a soft voice, hardly to be heard amid the rustle of the leaves above them, he began, "And every maid there was of old, a shining star by day. Her mantle white was hemmed with gold, her shoes of silver grey. A star was bound upon her brows, a light was on her hair, as sun upon the golden boughs in Lorien the fair. Her hair was long, her limbs were white, as fair she was and free, and in the wind she went as light as leaf on linden tree. Beside the foes of Nimrodel by water clean and cool, her voice was falling silver fell into the shining pool, where now she wanders none can tell, in sunlight or in shade. For lost of yore was Nimrodel, and in the mountains strayed. The elven ship in haven grey, beneath the mountain lee, awaited her for many a day, beside the roaring sea. A wind by night in northern lands arose, and loud it cried, and drove the ship from elven strands across the streaming tide. When dawn came dim, the land was lost, the mountains sinking grey, beyond the heaving waves that tossed their plumes of blinding spray. Amroth beheld a fading shore now low beyond the swell, and cursed the faithless ship that bore him far from Nimrodel. Of old he was an elven king, a lord of tree and glen, when golden there were boughs in spring in fair Lothlorien. From helm to sea they saw it leap as arrows from the string, and dive into the water deep as mew upon the wing. The wind was in his flowing hair, the foam about him shone. Afar they saw him strong and fair, go riding like a swan. But from the west has come no word, and on the hither shore no tidings elven folk have heard
of Amroth evermore. The voice of Legolas faltered, and the song ceased. I cannot sing any more, he said. That is but a part, for I have forgotten much. It is long and sad, for it tells how sorrow came upon Lothlorien, Lorien of the Blossom, when the dwarves awakened evil from the mountains.
The dwarves did not make the evil,
Said Gimli. I said not so. Yet evil came, answered Legolas sadly. Then many of the elves of Nimrodil's kindred left their dwellings and departed, and she was lost far in the south, in the passes of the White Mountains. And she came not to the ship where Amroth, her lover, waited for her. But in the spring, when the wind is in the new leaves, the echo of her voice may still be heard by the falls that bear her name. And when the wind is in the south, the voice of Amroth comes up from the sea, for Nimrodil flows into the Silverlode, that elves call Celebrant, and Celebrant into Anduin the Great, and Anduin flows into the Bay of Belfalas, whence the elves of Lorien set sail. But neither Nimrodel nor Amroth ever came back. It is told that she had a house built in the branches of a tree that grew near the falls, for that was the custom of the elves of Lorien, to dwell in the trees, and maybe it's so still. Therefore they were called the Galadrim, the Tree People. Deep in their forest the trees are very great. The people of the woods did not delve in the ground like dwarves, nor build strong places of stone before the shadow came.
and even in these latter days dwelling in the trees might be thought safer than sitting on the ground,
Said Gimli. He looked across the stream to the road that led back to Dimril Dale, and then up to the roof of Dark Boughs above. Your words bring good counsel, Gimli, said Aragorn. We cannot build a house, but tonight we will do as the Galadrim and seek refuge in the treetops if we can. We have sat here beside the road already longer than was wise. The company now turned aside from the path and went into the shadow of the deeper woods, westward along the mountain stream away from Silverlode. Not far from the falls of Nimrodil, they found a cluster of trees, some of which overhung the stream. Their great tusks were of mighty girth, but their height could not be guessed.
Girth!
I will climb up, said Legolas. I'm at home among the trees, by root or bough, though these trees are of a kind strange to me, save as a name in song. Melarn they are called, and are those that bear the yellow blossom, but I have never climbed one. I will see now what is their shape and way of growth.
Whatever it may be,
Said Pippin.
they will be marvelous trees indeed if they can offer any rest at night. Except to birds. I cannot sleep on a perch.
Then dig a hole in the ground, said Legolas, if that is more after the fashion of your kind. But you must dig swift and deep if you wish to hide from orcs. He sprang lightly up from the ground and caught a branch that grew from the trunk high above his head. But even as he swung there for a moment, a voice spoke suddenly from the tree shadows above him.
Shadow!
It said in commanding tone, and Legolas dropped back to earth in surprise and fear. He shrank against the bole of the tree. Stand still, he whispered to the others. Do not move or speak. There was a sound of soft laughter over their heads, and then another clear voice spoke in an elven tongue. Frodo could understand little of what was said, for the speech that the Sylvan folk east of the mountains used among themselves was unlike that of the west. Legolas looked up and answered in the same language. Who are they? And what do they say? Asked Merry.
They're elves.
Said Sam.
Can't you hear their voices?
Yes, they are elves, said Legolas. And they say that you breathe so loud that they could shoot you in the dark. Sam hastily put his hand over his mouth. But they say also that you need have no fear. They have been aware of us for a long while. They heard my voice across the Nimrodel, and knew that I was one of their northern kindred, and therefore they did not hinder our crossing. And afterwards, they heard my song. Now they bid me climb up with Frodo, for they seem to have had some tidings of him and of our journey. The others they asked to wait a little, and to keep watch at the foot of the tree, until they have decided what is to be done. Out of the shadows a ladder was let down. It was made of rope, silver grey, and glimmering in the dark. And though it looked slender, it proved strong enough to bear many men. Legolas ran lightly up, and Frodo followed softly. Behind came Sam, trying not to breathe loudly.
The branches of the malon tree grew out nearly straight from the trunk and then swept upward, but near the top of the main stem divided into a crown of many bows, and among these they found that there had been built a wooden platform,
Among
or flet, as such things were called in those days. The elves called it a talon. It was reached by a round hole in the center through which the ladder passed. When Frodo came at last up onto the flet, he found Legolas seated with 3 other elves. They were clad in shadowy grey, and could not be seen among the tree stems unless they moved suddenly. They looked up, and one of them uncovered a small lamp that gave out a slender silver beam. He held it up, looking at Frodo's face and Sam's. Then he shut off the light again, and spoke words of welcome in his elven tongue. Frodo spoke haltingly in return. "Welcome," the elf then said again in the common language, speaking slowly. "We seldom use any tongue but our own, for we dwell now in the heart of the forest, and do not willingly have dealings with any other folk. Even our kindred in the north are sundered from us. But there are some of us who will go abroad for the gathering of news and the watching of our enemies, and they speak the languages of other lands. I am one. Haldir is my name. My brothers, Rumil and Orofin, speak little of your tongue. But we have heard rumors of your coming, for the messengers of Elrond passed by Lorien on their way home up the Dimlo stair. We had not heard of hobbits, of halflings for many a long year, and did not know that any yet dwelt in Middle-earth. You do not look evil, and since you come with an elf of our kindred, we are willing to befriend you as Elrond asked, though it is not our custom to lead strangers through our land. But you must stay here tonight. How many are you?" 8, said Legolas. "Myself, 4 hobbits and 2 men, one of whom, Aragorn, is an elf friend of the folk of Westelands." "The name of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, is known in Lorien," said Haldir. "And he has the favour of the lady. All then is well. But you have yet spoken only of 7. The 8th is a dwarf," said Legolas. "A dwarf?" said Haldir. "That is not well. We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the dark days. They are not permitted in our land. We cannot allow him to pass."
But he's from the Lonely Mountain, one of Dane's trusty people, and friendly to Elrond.
said Frodo.
Elrond himself chose him to be one of our companions, and he has been brave and faithful.
The elves spoke together in soft voices, and questioned Legolas in their own tongue. "Very good," said Haldir at last. "We will do this, though it is against our liking. If Aragorn and Legolas will guard him, and answer for him, he shall pass. But he must go blindfolded through Lothlorien. But now we must debate no longer. Your folk must not remain on the ground. We have been keeping watch on the rivers ever since we saw a great troop of orcs going north towards Moria along the skirts of the mountains many days ago. Wolves are howling on the wood's borders. If you have indeed come from Moria, the peril cannot be far behind. Tomorrow early you must go on. The 4 robbers shall climb up here and stay with us. We do not fear them. There is another talon in the next tree. There the others must take refuge. You, Legolas, must answer to us for them. Call us if anything is amiss. And have an eye on that dwarf." Legolas at once went down the ladder to take Haldir's message, and soon afterwards Merry and Pippin clambered up on the high flat. They were out of breath and seemed rather scared.
There,
Said Merry, panting.
we have locked up your blankets, as well as our own. Strider has hidden up all the rest of your baggage in a steep drift of leaves.
You had no need for your burdens, said Haldir. It is cold in the treetops in winter, though the wind tonight is in the south. But we have food and drink to give you that will drive away the night chill. And we have skins and cloaks to spare. The hobbits accepted this second and far better supper very gladly. Then they wrapped themselves warmly, not only in the fur cloaks of the elves, but in their own blankets as well, and tried to go to sleep. But weary as they were, only Sam found that easy to do. Hobbits do not like heights, and do not sleep upstairs, even when they have any stairs. The flat was not at all to their liking as a bedroom. It had no walls, not even a rail. Only on one side there was a light plated screen, which would be moved and fixed in different places according to the wind. Pippin went on talking for a while.
I hope that if I do get to sleep in this bed loft, that I shan't roll off.
Once I do get to sleep, said Sam, I shall go on sleeping whether I roll off or no. And the less said, the sooner I'll drop off, if you take my meaning. Frodo lay for some time awake and looked up at the stars, glinting through the pale roof of quivering leaves. Sam was snoring at his side long before he himself closed his eyes. He could dimly see the grey forms of two elves sitting motionless with their arms about their knees, speaking in whispers. The other had gone down to take up his watch on one of the lower branches. At last, lulled by the wind in the boughs above, and the sweet murmur of the falls of Nimrodel below, Frodo fell asleep, with the song of Legolas running in his mind. Late in the night he awoke. The other hobbits were asleep. The elves were gone. The sickle moon was gleaming dimly among the leaves. The wind was still. A little way off, he heard a harsh laugh and the tread of many feet on the ground below. There was a ring of metal. The sounds died slowly away and seemed to go southward, on into the wood. A head appeared suddenly through the hole in the flet. Frodo sat up in alarm and saw that it was a grey-hooded elf. He looked towards the hobbits.
What is it?
Said Frodo. Yeah, said the elf in a hissing whisper, and cast onto the flet a rope ladder rolled up.
Orcs,
Said Frodo,
what are they doing?
but the elf had gone. There were no more sounds. Even the leaves were silent, and the very falls seemed to be hushed. Frodo sat and shivered in his wraps. He was thankful that they had not been caught in the ground, but he felt that the trees offered little protection except concealment. Orcs were as keen as hounds on a scent, it was said, but they could also climb. He drew out Sting. It flashed and glittered like a blue flame, and then slowly faded again and grew dull. In spite of the fading of his sword, the feeling of immediate danger did not leave Frodo. Rather, it grew stronger. He got up and crawled into the opening and peered down. He was almost certain that he could hear stealthy movements at the tree's foot far below. Not elves, for the woodland folk were altogether noiseless in their movements. Then he heard, faintly, a sound like sniffing, and something seemed to be scrabbling on the bark of the tree trunk. He stared down into the dark, holding his breath. Something was now climbing slowly, and its breath came like a soft hissing through the closed teeth. Then coming up close to the stem, Frodo saw two pale eyes. They stopped and gazed upward unwinking. Suddenly they turned away, and a shadowy figure slipped round the trunk of the tree and vanished. Immediately afterwards, Haldir came climbing swiftly up through the branches.
There was something in this tree that I've never seen before,
he said.
It was not an orc. It fled as soon as I touched the tree stem. It seemed to be wary and to have some skill in trees, or I might have thought it was one of you hobbits. I did not shoot, for I dared not arouse any cries. We cannot risk battle. A long company of orcs have passed. They crossed the Nimrodel, cursed their foul feet in its clean water, and they went on down the old road beside the river. They seemed to pick up some scent, and they searched the ground for a while near the place where you halted. The three of us could not challenge 100, so we went ahead and spoke in feigned voices, leading them on into the wood. Orphin has now gone in haste back to our dwellings to warn our people. None of the orcs will ever return out of Lorien, and there will be many elves hidden on the northern border before another night falls. But you must take the road south as soon as it is fully light. Day came pale from the east. As the light grew, it filtered through the yellow leaves of the malorn, and it seemed to the hobbits that the early sun of a cool summer's morning was shining. Pale blue sky peeped among the moving branches. Looking through an opening on the south side of the flet, Frodo saw all the valley of the Silver Lode, lying like a sea of fallow gold tossing gently in the breeze. The morning was still young and cold when the company set out again, guided now by Haldir and his brother Rúmil.
Farewell, sweet Nimrodel.
Cried Legolas. Frodo looked back and caught a gleam of white foam among the grey tree stems.
Farewell.
He said. It seemed to him that he would never hear again a running water so beautiful, forever blending its innumerable notes in an endless change for music. They went back to the path that still went on along the west side of the Silver Lode, and for some way they followed it southward. There were the prints of oak feet in the earth, but soon Haldir turned aside into the trees and halted on the bank of the river under their shadows. "There is one of my people yonder across the stream," he said, "though you may not see him." He gave a call like a low whistle of a bird, and out of a thicket of young trees an elf stepped, clad in grey, but with his hood thrown back. His hair glinted like gold in the morning sun. Haldir skillfully cast over the stream a coil of grey rope, and he caught it and bound the end about a tree near the bank. "Celebrant is already a strong stream here, as you see," said Haldir, "and it runs both swift and deep and is very cold. We do not set foot in it so far north unless we must, but these days of watchfulness we do not make bridges. This is how we cross. Follow me." He made his end of the rope fast about another tree, and then ran lightly along it, over the river and back again, as if he were on a road. "I can walk this path," said Legolas, "but the others have not this skill. Must they swim?" "No," said Haldir. "We have 2 more ropes. We will fasten them above the other, one shoulder high and another half high, and holding these, the strangers will be able to cross with care." When this slender bridge had been made, the company passed over, some cautiously and slowly, others more easily. Of the hobbits, Pippin proved the best, for he was sure-footed, and he walked over quickly, holding only with one hand, but he kept his eyes on the bank ahead and did not look down. Sam shuffled along, clutching hard, and looking down into the pale eddying water as if it was a chasm in the mountains. He breathed with relief when he was safely across.
"Live and learn," as my gaffer used to say. But he was thinking of gardening, not of roosting like a bird nor trying to walk like a spider. Not even my Uncle Andy ever did a trick like that.
When at length all the company was gathered on the east bank of the Silver Lode, the elves untied the ropes and coiled 2 of them. Rumil, who had remained on the other side, drew back the last one, slung it on his shoulder, and with a wave of his hand went away, back to Nimrodel, to keep watch. "Now, friends," said Haldir, "you have entered the Ninth of Lorien, or the Gore, as you would say, for it is the land that lies like a spearhead between the arms of Silverlode and Anduin the Great. We allow no strangers to spy out the secrets of the Ninth. Few are permitted even to set foot here. As we agreed, I shall here blindfold the eyes of Gimli the Dwarf. The others may walk free for a while until we come nearer to our dwellings down in Egladin, in the angle between the waters." This was not at all to the liking of Gimli.
The agreement was made without my consent,
He said.
"I will not walk blindfolded like a beggar or a prisoner, and I am no spy. My folk have never had dealings with any of the servants of the enemy. Neither have we done harm to the elves. I am no more likely to betray you than Legolas or any other of my companions."
"I do not doubt you," said Haldir. "Yet this is our law. I am not the master of the law and cannot set it aside. I have done much in letting you set foot over Celebrant." Gimli was obstinate. He planted his feet firmly apart and laid his hand upon the haft of his axe.
"I will go forward free,"
He said.
"or I will go back and seek my own land, where I am known to be true of word, though I perish alone in the wilderness."
"You cannot go back," said Haldir sternly. "Now you have come thus far, you must be brought before the Lord and the Lady. They shall judge you, to hold you or to give you leave as they will. You cannot cross the rivers again, and behind you there are now secret citadels that you cannot pass. You would be slain before you saw them." Gimli drew his axe from his belt. Haldir and his companions bent their bows. "A plague on dwarves and their stiff necks," said Legolas. "Come," said Aragorn. "If I am still to lead this company, you must do as I bid. It is hard upon the dwarf to be thus singled out. We will all be blindfolded, even Legolas. That will be best, though it will make the journey slow and dull." Gimli laughed suddenly.
"A merry troop of fools we shall look. Will Haldir lead us all on a string like many blind beggars with one dog? but I will be content if only Legolas here shares my blindness.
I'm an elf and a kinsman here, said Legolas, becoming angry in his turn. Now let us cry a plague on the stiff necks of elves, said Aragorn. But the company shall fare alike. Come, blind our eyes, Haldir,
I shall claim full amends for every fallen stub toe if you do not lead us well.
said Gimli as they bound a cloth about his eyes. You will have no claim, said Haldir. I shall lead you well, and the paths are smooth and straight. Alas for the folly of these days, said Legolas. Here are all enemies of the one enemy, and yet I must walk blind while the sun is merry in the woodland under the leaves of gold. Folly it may seem, said Haldir. Indeed, in nothing is the power of the Dark Lord more clearly shown than in the estrangement that divides all those who still oppose him. Yet so little faith and trust do we find now in the world beyond Lothlorien, unless maybe in Rivendell, that we dare not by our own trust endanger our land. We live now among an island amid many perils, and our hands are more often upon the bowstring than upon the harp. The rivers long defend us, but they are a sure guard no more, for the shadow has crept northward all about us. Some speak of departing, yet for that it already seems too late. The mountains to the west are growing evil. To the east the lands are waste and full of Sauron's creatures, and it is rumored that we cannot now safely pass southward through Rohan, and the mouths of the great river are watched by the enemy. Even if we could come to the shores of the sea, we would find no longer any shelter there. It is said that there are still havens of the High Elves. They are far north and west, beyond the land of the Halflings. But where that may be, though the Lord and Lady may know, I do not. You would at least guess, since you have seen us, said Merry. There are elf havens west of my land, the Shire, where hobbits live. Happy folk are hobbits to dwell near the shores of the sea, said Haldir. It is long indeed since any of my folk have looked on it. Yet still we remember it in song. Tell me of the havens as we walk. I cannot, said Merry. I've never seen them. I've never been out of my own land before, and if I had known what the world outside was like, I don't think I should have had the heart to leave it. Not even to see fair Lothlorien, said Haldir. The world is indeed full of peril, and in it there are many dark places. But still there is much that is fair, and though in all lands love is now mingled with grief, it grows perhaps the greater. Some there are among us who sing that the shadow will draw back,
Among Us.
and peace shall come again. Yet I do not believe that the world about us will ever again be as it was of old, or the light of the sun as it was aforetime.
Sussy.
For the elves I fear it will prove at best of truce, in which they may pass to the sea, unhindered, and leave Middle-earth forever. Alas for Lothlorien that I love. It would be a poor life in a land where no Malon grew. But if there are melon trees beyond the great sea, none have reported it. As they spoke thus, the company filed slowly along the paths in the wood, led by Haldir, while the other elf walked behind. They felt the ground beneath their feet, smooth and soft, and after a while they walked more freely, without fear of hurt or fall. Being deprived of sight, Frodo found his hearing and other senses sharpened. He could smell the trees and the trodden grass. He could hear many different notes in the rustle of the leaves overhead, the river murmuring away on his right, and the thin clear voices of birds in the sky. He felt the sun upon his face and hands when they passed through the open glade. As soon as he set foot upon the far bank of Silverlode, a strange feeling had come upon him, and it deepened as he walked on into the Nath. It seemed to him that he had stepped over a bridge of time into a corner of the elder days, and was now walking in a world that was no more. In Rivendell there was memory of ancient things. In Lorien, the ancient things still lived on in the waking world. Evil had been seen and heard there. Sorrow had been known. The elves feared and distrusted the world outside. Wolves were howling on the wood's borders, but on the land of Lorien, no shadow lay. All that day the company marched on, until they felt the cool evening come and heard the early night wind whispering among many leaves. Then they rested, and slept without fear upon the ground. for their guides would not permit them to unbind their eyes, and they could not climb. In the morning they went on again, walking without haste. At noon they halted, and Frodo was aware that they had passed out under the shining sun. Suddenly he heard the sound of many voices all around him. The marching host of elves had come up silently. They were hastening toward the northern borders to guard against any attack from Moria, and they brought news, some of which Haldir reported. The marauding orcs had been waylaid and almost all destroyed. The remnant had fled westward towards the mountains and were being pursued. A strange creature also had been seen, running with bent back and with hands near the ground, like a beast, and yet not of beast shape. It had eluded capture, and they had not shot it, not knowing whether it was good or ill. It had vanished down the Silver Lode southward.
Also,
Said Haldir.
they bring me a message from the Lord and Lady of the Galadrim. You are all to walk free, even the dwarf Gimli. It seems that the lady knows who and what is each member of your company. New messages have come from Rivendell, perhaps.
He removed the bandages first from Gimli's eyes.
Your pardon.
He said, bowing low.
Look on us now with friendly eyes. Look and be glad, for you are the first dwarf to behold the trees of the ninth of Lorien since Durin's day.
When his eyes were in turn uncovered, Frodo looked up and caught his breath. They were standing in an open space, and to the left stood a great mound, covered with a sward of grass and green as springtime in the elder days. Upon it, as a double crown, grew 2 circles of trees. The outer had bark of snowy white, and were leafless, but beautiful in their shapely nakedness. The inner were malon trees, of great height, still arrayed in pale gold. High amid the branches of a towering tree that stood in the center of all there gleamed a white flet. At the feet of the trees, and about the green hillsides, the grass was studded with small golden flowers, shaped like stars. Among them, nodding on slender stalks,
Among this.
were other flowers, white and palest
I'm
green.
gonna kill you.
They glimmered
I'm
as a
sorry,
mist
he
amid the
keeps
rich
saying
hue of the
it
grass.
among.
Overall, the sky was blue, and the sun of afternoon
find it
glowed
very
upon
funny.
the hill and cast long green shadows beneath the trees.
Behold, you are come to Kerin Amroth,
Said Haldir.
for this is the heart of the ancient realm as it was long ago. And here is the mound of Amroth, where in happier days his high house was built. Here ever bloom the winter flowers of the unfading grass, the yellow Elanor and the pale Nifredil. Here we will stay a while and come to the city of the Galadrim at dusk.
The others cast themselves down upon the fragrant grass, but Frodo stood a while, still lost in wonder. It seemed to him that he had stepped through a high window that looked on a vanished world. A light was upon it for which his language had no name. All that he saw was shapely, but the shapes seemed at once clear-cut, as if they had been first conceived and drawn at the uncovering of his eyes, and ancient as if they had endured forever. He saw no color, but those he knew, gold and white and blue and green, but they were fresh and poignant, as if he had at that moment first perceived them and made for them names new and wonderful. In winter here no heart could mourn for summer or for spring. No blemish or sickness or deformity could be seen in anything that grew upon the earth. On the land of Lorien there was no strain. He turned and saw that Sam was now standing beside him, looking round with a puzzled expression, and rubbing his eyes as if he was not sure that he was awake.
It's sunlight and bright day right enough,
He said,
I thought the elves were all for moon and stars, but this is more elvish than anything I've ever heard tell of. I feel as if I was inside a song, if you take my meaning.
Haldir looked at them, and he seemed indeed to take the meaning of both thought and word. He smiled.
You feel the power of the Lady of the Galadrim,
He said,
would it please you to climb with me up Kerin Amroth?
They followed him as he stepped lightly up the grass-clad slopes. Though he walked and breathed, and about him living leaves and flowers were stirred by the same cool wind as fanned his face, Frodo felt that he was in a timeless land that did not fade, or change, or fall into forgetfulness. When he had gone and passed again into the outer world, still Frodo, the wanderer of the Shire, would walk there, upon the grass among Elanor and Nifredil and fair Lothlorien. They entered the circle of white trees. As they did so, the south wind blew upon Cerin Amroth and sighed among the branches. Frodo stood still, hearing far off great seas upon beaches that had long ago been washed away, and seabirds crying whose race had perished from the earth. Haldir had gone on, and was now climbing to the high flat. As Frodo prepared to follow him, he laid his hand upon the tree beside the ladder. Never before had he been so suddenly and so keenly aware of the feel and texture of a tree's skin, and of the life within it. He felt a delight in wood, and the touch of it, neither as forester nor as a carpenter. It was the delight of the living tree itself. As he stepped out at last upon the lofty platform, Haldir took his hand and turned him towards the south.
Look this way first,
he said. Frodo looked and saw, still at some distance, a hill of many mighty trees, or a city of green towers. Which it was he could not tell. Out of it seemed to him that the power and light came that held all the land in sway. He longed suddenly to fly like a bird to rest in that green city. Then he looked eastward, and saw all the land of Lorien running down to the pale gleam of Anduin, the great river. He lifted his eyes across the river, and all the light went out, and he was back again in the world he knew. Beyond the river the land appeared flat and empty, formless and vague, until far away it rose again like a wall, dark and drear. The sun that lay on Lothlorien had no power to enlighten the shadow of that distant height.
there lies the fastness of southern Mirkwood,
said Haldir.
It is clad in a forest of dark fir, where the trees strive one against another, and their branches rot and wither. In the midst upon the stony height stands Dol Guldur, where long the hidden enemy had his dwelling. We fear that now it is inhabited again, and with power sevenfold. A black cloud lies often over it of late. In this high place you may see the two powers that are opposed to one another, and ever they strive now in thought. But whereas the light perceives the very heart of the darkness, its own secret has not been discovered. Not yet.
He turned and climbed swiftly down, and they followed him. At the hill's foot Frodo found Aragorn, standing still and silent as a tree, but in his hand was a golden bloom of Elanor, and a light was in his eyes. He was wrapped in some fair memory, and as Frodo looked at him, he knew that he beheld things as they once had been in the same place. For the grim years were removed from the face of Aragorn, and he seemed clothed in white, a young lord tall and fair, and he spoke words in the elvish tongue to one whom Frodo could not see.
Arwen Vanimelda, Namarie,
he said, and then he drew a breath, and returning out of his thought, he looked at Frodo and smiled.
Here is the heart of Elvendom on earth,
he said, and here my heart dwells ever,
unless there be a light beyond the dark roads that we still must tread, you and I. Come with me.
And taking Frodo's hand in his, he left the hill of Cerin Amroth, and came there never again as living man.
Magical.
Epic.
Poggers.
The sun was sinking behind the mountains, and the shadows were deepening in the woods when they went on again. Their paths now went into thickets, where the dusk had already gathered. Night came beneath the trees as they walked, and the elves uncovered their silver lamps. Suddenly they came out into the open again and found themselves under a pale evening sky pricked by a few early stars. There was a wide treeless space before them, running in a great circle and bending away on either hand. Beyond it was a deep fosse, lost in soft shadow, but the grass upon its brink was green, as if it glowed still in the memory of the sun that had gone.
Upon the further side there rose into a great height a green wall encircling a green hill, thronged with malon trees, taller than any they had yet seen in all the land. Their height could not be guessed, but they stood up in the twilight like living towers. In their many tired branches, and amid their ever-growing leaves, countless lights were gleaming, green and gold and silver. Haldir turned towards the company. "Welcome to Caras Galathon," he said. "Here is the city of the Galadrim, where dwell the Lord Celeborn and Galadriel, the Lady of Lorien. But we cannot enter here, for the gates do not look northward. We must go round to the southern side, and the way is not short, for the city is great." There was a road paved with white stone running on the outer brink of the foss. Along this they went westward, with the city ever climbing up like a green cloud upon their left. And as the night deepened, more lights sprang forth until all the hills seemed afire with stars. They came at last to a white bridge, and crossing found the great gates of the city. They faced southwest, set between the ends of the encircling wall that here overlapped, and they were tall and strong, and hung with many lamps. Haldir knocked and spoke, and the gates opened soundlessly, but of guards Frodo could see no sign. The travellers passed within, and the gates shut behind them. They were in a deep lane between the ends of the wall, and passing quickly through it they entered the city of the trees. No folk could they see, nor hear any feet upon the paths, but there were many voices, about them and in the air above. Far away up on the hill they could hear the sound of singing falling from on high like a soft rain upon leaves. They went along many paths and climbed many stairs until they came to the high places and saw before them amid the wide lawn a fountain shimmering. It was lit by silver lamps that swung from the boughs of trees, and it fell into a basin of silver, from which a white stream spilled. Upon the south side of the lawn there stood the mightiest of all the trees. Its great smooth bole gleamed like grey silk, and up it towered, until its first branches far above opened their huge limbs under the shadowy clouds of leaves. Beside it a broad white ladder stood, and at its foot 3 elves were seated. They sprang up as the travellers approached, and Frodo saw that they were tall and clad in grey mail, and from their shoulders hung long white cloaks. "Here dwell Celeborn and Galadriel," said Haldir. "It is their wish that you should ascend and speak with them." One of the elf wardens then blew a clear note on a small horn, and it was answered 3 times from far above. "I will go first," said Haldir. "Let Frodo come next, and with him Legolas. The others may follow as they wish. It is a long climb for those that are not accustomed to such stairs, but you may rest upon the way." As he climbed slowly up, Frodo passed many flets, some on one side, some on another, and some set about the bole of the tree, so that the ladder passed through them. At a great height above the ground he came to a wide talon, like the deck of a great ship. On it was built a house, so large that almost it would have served for a whole of men upon the earth. He entered behind Haldir, and found that he was in a chamber of oval shape, in the midst of which grew the trunk of the great Malon, now tapering towards its crown, and yet making still a pillar of wide girth. The chamber was filled with a soft light. Its walls were green and silver, and its roof of gold. Many elves were seated there. On 2 chairs beneath the bole of the tree, and canopied by a living bough, there sat, side by side, Celeborn and Galadriel. They stood up to greet their guests, after the manner of elves, even those who were accounted mighty kings. Very tall they were, and the lady no less tall than the lord, and they were grave and beautiful. They were clad wholly in white, and the hair of the lady was of deep gold, and the hair of the Lord Celeborn was of silver, long and bright, but no sign of age was upon them, unless it were in the depths of their eyes. For these were keen as lances in the starlight, and yet profound, the wells of deep memory. Haldir led Frodo before them, and the Lord welcomed him in his own tongue. The Lady Galadriel said no word, but looked long upon his face. "Sit now beside my chair, Frodo of the Shire," said Celeborn. "When all have come, we will speak together." Each of the companions he greeted courteously by name as they entered. "Welcome, Aragorn, son of Arathorn," he said. "It is 38 years of the world outside since you came to this land, and those years lie heavy on you.
but the end is near, for good or ill. Here lay aside your burden for a while. Welcome, son of Thranduil. Too seldom do my kindred journey hither from the north. Welcome, Gimli, son of Gloin. It is long indeed since we saw one of Durin's folk in Caras-Galathon, but today we have broken our long law. May it be a sign that though the world is now dark, better days are at hand, and that friendship shall be renewed between our peoples. Gimli bowed low. When all the guests were seated before his chair, the Lord looked at them again. Here there are 8, he said. 9 were to set out, so said the messages. But maybe there has been some change of counsel that we have not heard. Elrond is far away and the darkness gathers between us, and all this year the shadows have grown longer. Nay, there was no change of counsel, said the Lady Galadriel, speaking for the first time. Her voice was clear and musical, but deeper than a woman's wont. Gandalf the Grey set out with the company, but he did not pass the borders of this land. Now tell us where he is, for I much desire to speak with him again, but I cannot see him from afar, unless he comes within the fences of Lothlorien. A grey mist is about him, and the ways of his feet and of his mind are hidden from me. Alas, said Aragorn, Gandalf the Grey fell into shadow. He remained in Moria and did not escape. At these words, all the elves in the hall cried aloud in grief and amazement. These are evil tidings, said Celeborn. The most evil that we have spoken here in a long years, full of grievous deeds. He turned to Haldir. Why has nothing of this been told to me before? He asked in the elven tongue. We have not spoken to Haldir of our deeds or our purpose, said Legolas. At first we were wary and danger was too close behind, and afterwards we almost forgot our grief for a time, as we walked in gladness on the fair paths of Lorien. Yet our grief is great, and our loss cannot be mended, said Frodo. Gandalf was our guide, and he led us through Moria, and when our escape seemed beyond hope, he saved us, and he fell. Tell us now the full tale. Then Aragorn recounted all that had happened upon the pass of Caradhras, and in the days that followed, and he spoke of Balin and his book, and the fight in the chamber of Mazarbul, and the fire, and the narrow bridge, and the coming of the terror. An evil of the ancient world it seemed, such as I have never seen before, said Aragorn. It was both a shadow and a flame, strong and terrible. It was a Balrog of Morgoth, said Legolas. Of all elf banes the most deadly, save the one who sits in the dark tower.
Indeed, I saw the bridge that which haunts our darkest dreams. I saw Durin's bane,
said Gimli in a low voice, and dread was in his eyes. Alas, said Celeborn, we long have feared that under Caradhras the terror slept, but had I known that the dwarves had stirred up this evil in Moria again, I would have forbidden you to pass the northern borders, you and all that went with you. And if it were possible, one would say that the last Gandalf fell from wisdom into folly, going needlessly into the net of Moria. He would be rash indeed that said that thing, said Galadriel gravely. Needless were none of the deeds of Gandalf in life. Those that followed him knew not his mind and cannot report his full purpose. But however it may be with the guide, the followers are blameless. Do not repent of your welcome to the dwarf. If our folk had been exiled long and far from Lothlorien, who of the Galadrim, even Celeborn the Wise, would pass nigh and would not wish to look upon their ancient home, though it had become an abode of dragons? Dark is the water of Keled-Zaram, and cold are the springs of Kibil Nala, and fair were the many-pillared halls of Khazad-dûm, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings beneath the stone. She looked upon Gimli, who sat glowering and sad, and she smiled. And the dwarf, hearing the names given in his own ancient tongue, looked up and met her eyes, and it seemed to him that he looked suddenly into the heart of an enemy, and saw their love and understanding. Wonder came into his face, and then he smiled in answer. He rose clumsily and bowed in dwarf fashion, saying,
Yet more fair is the living land of Lorien, and the Lady Galadriel is above all the jewels that lie beneath the earth.
There was a silence. At length Celeborn spoke again. I did not know then your plight was so evil, he said. Let Gimli forget my harsh words. I spoke in the trouble of my heart. I will do what I can to aid you, each according to his wish and need, but especially that one of the little folk who bears the burden. Your quest is known to us, said Galadriel, looking at Frodo, but we will not here speak of it more openly. Yet not in vain will it prove, maybe, that you came to this land seeking aid, as Gandalf himself plainly purposed. For the Lord of the Galadrim is accounted the wisest of the elves of Middle-earth, and a giver of gifts beyond the power of kings. He has dwelt in the west since the days of dawn, and I have dwelt with him years uncounted. For ere the fall of Nargothrond or Gondolin, I passed over the mountains, and together through ages of the world we have fought the long defeat. I it was who summoned the White Council, and if my designs had not gone amiss, I would have been governed by Gandalf the Grey, and then mayhap things would have gone otherwise. But even now there is hope left. I will not give you counsel, saying do this or do that. For not in doing or contriving, nor in choosing between this course and another, can I avail, but only in knowing what was and is, and in part also what shall be. But this I will say to you, your quest stands upon the edge of a knife. Stray but a little, and it will fail, to the ruin of all. Yet hope remains, while the company is true. And with that word she held them with her eyes, and in silence looked searchingly at each of them in turn. None save Legolas and Aragorn could long endure her glance. Sam quickly blushed and hung his head. At length the Lady Galadriel released them from her eyes, and then she smiled. Do not let your hearts be troubled, she said. Tonight you shall sleep in peace. Then they sighed and felt suddenly weary, as those who have been questioned long and deeply, though no words had been spoken openly. Go now, said Celeborn. You are worn with sorrow and much toil. Even if your quest did not concern us closely, you should have refuge in the city, until you are healed and refreshed. Now you shall rest, and we will not speak of your further road for a while. That night the company slept upon the ground, much to the satisfaction of the hobbits. The elves spread for them a pavilion among the trees near the fountain, and in it they laid soft couches. Then, speaking words of peace with fair elvish voices, they left them. For a little while the travellers talked of their night before in the treetops, and of their day's journey, and of the lord and lady, for they had not yet the heart to look further back. What did you blush for, Sam? Said Pippin. You soon broke down. Anyone would have thought you had a guilty conscience. I hope it was nothing worse than a wicked plot to steal one of my blankets. I never thought no such thing, answered Sam, in no mood for jest. If you want to know, I felt as if I hadn't got nothing on, and I didn't like it. She seemed to be looking inside me, and asking me what I would do if she gave me the chance of flying back home to the Shire, to a nice little hole with a bit of garden of my own. That's funny, said Mary. Almost exactly what I felt myself. Only, well, I don't think I'll say anymore. He ended lamely. All of them, it seemed, had fared alike. Each had felt that he was offered a choice between a shadow full of fear that lay ahead, and something that he greatly desired. Clear before his mind it lay, and to get it he had only to turn aside from the road and leave the quest and the war against Sauron to others.
And it seemed to me too, said Gimli, that my choice would remain secret and known only to myself.
To me it seemed exceedingly strange, said Boromir. Maybe it was only a test and she thought to read our thoughts for her own good purpose, but almost I should have said that she was tempting us and offering what she pretended to have the power to give. It need not be said that I refused to listen. The men of Minas Tirith are true to their word. But what he thought the lady had offered him, Boromir did not tell. As for Frodo, he would not speak, though Boromir pressed him with questions. She held you long in her gaze, Ringbearer, he said. Yes, said Frodo, but whatever came to my mind then I will keep there. Well, have a care, said Boromir. I do not feel too sure of this elvish lady and her purposes. Speak no evil of the Lady Galadriel, said Aragorn sternly. You know not what you say. There is in her and in this land no evil, unless a man brings it hither himself. Then let him beware. But tonight I shall sleep without fear for the first time since I left Rivendell. And may I sleep deep, and forget for a while my grief. I am weary in body and in heart. He cast himself down upon his couch and fell at once into a long sleep. The others soon did the same, and no sound or dream disturbed their slumber. When they woke, they found that the light of day was broad upon the lawn before the pavilion, and the fountain rose and fell glittering in the sun. They remained some days in Lothlorien, so far as they could tell or remember. All in the while that they dwelt there, the sun shone clear, save for a gentle rain that fell at times, and passed away, leaving all things fresh and clean. The air was cool and soft, as if it were early spring, and they felt about them the deep and thoughtful quiet of winter. It seemed to them that they did little but eat and drink and rest and walk among the trees, and it was enough. They had not seen the Lord and Lady again, and they had little speech with the elven folk, for few of these knew or would use the Westrong tongue. Haldir had bidden them farewell and gone back again to the fences of the north, where great watch was now kept since the tidings of Moria that the company had brought. Legolas was away much among the Galadrim, and after the first night he did not sleep with the other companions, though he returned to eat and talk with them. Often he took Gimli with him when he went abroad in the land, and the others wondered at this change. Now as the companions sat or walked together, they spoke of Gandalf, and all that each had known and seen of him came clear before their minds. As they were healed of hurt and weariness of body, the grief of their loss grew more keen. Often they heard nearby elvish voices singing, and knew that they were making songs of lamentation for his fall, for they caught his name among the sweet, sad words that they could not understand. Mithrandir, Mithrandir, sang the elves, O pilgrim grey, for so they loved to call him. But if Legolas was with the company, he would not interpret the songs for them, saying that he had not the skill, and that for him the grief was still too near, a matter of tears and not yet for song. It was Frodo who first put something of his sorrow into halting words. He was seldom moved to make song or rhyme. Even in Rivendell he had listened and had not sung himself, though his memory was stored with many things that others had made before him. But now as he sat beside the fountain in Lorien, and heard about him the voices of the elves, his thought took shape in a song that seemed to be fair to him. Yet when he tried to repeat it to Sam, only snatches remained, faded as a handful of withered leaves.
When evening in the Shire was grey, his footsteps on the hill were heard. Before the dawn he went away on a journey long without a word. From Wilderland to western shore, from northern waste to southern hill, through dragon lair and hidden door, and darkling woods he walked at will. With dwarf and hobbit, elves and men, with mortal and immortal folk, with bird on bough and beast in den, in their own secret tongues he spoke. A deadly sword, a healing hand, a back that bent beneath its load, a trumpet voice, a burning brand, a weary pilgrim on the road. A lord of wisdom throned he sat, swift in anger and quick to laugh, an old man in a battered hat, who leaned upon a thorny staff. He stood upon the bridge alone, and fire and shadow both defied. His staff was broken on the stone. In Khazad-dûm his wisdom died.
Why, you'll be beating Mr. Bilbo next,
said Sam.
No, I'm afraid not, said Frodo. But that is the best I can do yet.
If you do have another go, I hope you'll say a word about his fireworks, said Sam. Something like this.
Oh god.
The finest rockets ever seen. They burst in stars of blue and green. Or after thunder, golden showers came falling like a rain of flowers, though that doesn't do them justice by a long road.
No, I'll leave that to you, Sam. Or perhaps Bilbo. But, well, I can't talk of it anymore. I can't bear to think bringing the news to him.
One evening, Frodo and Sam were walking together in the cool twilight. Both of them felt restless again. On Frodo suddenly the shadow of parting had fallen. He knew somehow that the time was very near when he must leave Lothlorien.
What do you think of elves now, Sam? He said. I asked you the same question once before. It seems a very long while ago, but you've seen more of them since then. I have indeed, said Sam, and I reckon there's elves and elves. They're all elvish enough, but they're not all the same. Now these folk aren't wanderers or homeless and seem a bit nearer to the likes of us. They seem to belong here, more even than hobbits do in the Shire. Whether they've made the land, or the land's made them, it's hard to say, if you take my meaning. It's wonderfully quiet here. Nothing seems to be going on, and nobody seems to want it to. If there's any magic about, it's right down deep. But I can't lay my hands on it, in a matter of speaking.
You can see and feel it everywhere, said Frodo.
Well, said Sam, no fireworks like poor Gandalf used to show. I wonder if we don't see nothing of the Lord and Lady in all these days. I fancy now that she could do some wonderful things if she had a mind. I'd dearly love to see some elf magic, Mr. Frodo.
I wouldn't, said Frodo. I'm content, and I don't miss Gandalf's fireworks. But his bushy eyebrows and his quick temper, and his voice.
You're right, said Sam, and I don't think I'm finding fault. I've often wanted to see a bit of magic like what it tells of in old tales, but I've never heard of a better land than this. It's like being at home and on a holiday at the same time, if you understand me. I don't want to leave. All the same, I'm beginning to feel that if we've got to go on, then we'd best get it over. It's the job that's never started as takes longest to finish, as my old gaffer used to say, and I don't reckon that these folk can do much more to help us, magic or no. It's when we leave this land that we shall miss Gandalf worse, I'm thinking.
I'm afraid that's only too true, Sam, said Frodo. Yet I hope very much that before we leave we shall see the Lady of the Elves again. Even as he spoke, they saw, as if she came in answer to their words, the Lady Galadriel approaching. Tall and white and fair she walked beneath the trees. She spoke no word, but beckoned to them. Turning aside, she led them towards the southern slopes of the hill of Carascaladon. And passing through a high green hedge, they came into an enclosed garden. No trees grew there, and it lay open in the sky. The evening star had risen and was shining with white fire above the western woods. Down a long flight of steps the lady went into the deep green hollow, through which ran murmuring the silver stream that issued from the fountain of the hill. At the bottom, upon a low pedestal carved like a branching tree, stood a basin of silver, wide and shallow, and beside it stood a silver ewer. With water from the stream, Galadriel filled the basin to the brim and breathed on it, and when the water was still again, she spoke. "Here is the mirror of Galadriel," she said. "I have brought you here so that you may look in it, if you will." The air was very still, and the dell was dark, and the elf lady beside him was tall and pale. "What shall we look for, and what shall we see?" asked Frodo, filled with awe. "Many things I can command the mirror to reveal," she answered, "and to some I can show what they desire to see. But the mirror will also show things
I didn't know
unbidden,
Galadriel was
and those are often
trans.
stranger and more profitable than which we wish to
What the
behold.
fuck are you talking about?
What you will see, if you leave the mirror free to work, I cannot
What are you
Ba-
talking
this-
about?
for it shows things that were, and things that are, and things that may yet be. But which it is that he sees even the
Nothing.
wisest cannot always tell.
Nothing.
Do you wish to look? Frodo did not answer. "And you?" she said, turning to Sam. "For this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean, and they seem to use the same words of the deceits of the enemy. But this, if you will, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say that you wished to see elf magic?" I did," said Sam, trembling a little between fear and curiosity.
"I'll have a peep, lady, if you're willing. And I don't mind a glimpse of what's going on at home."
he said in an aside to Frodo.
It seems a terrible long time that I've been away, but there, like it is not, I'll only see the stars or something that I won't understand."
"Like as not," said the lady with a gentle laugh. "But come,
You shall look and see what you may, but do not touch the water. Sam climbed up on the foot of the pedestal and leaned over the basin. The water looked hard and dark. Stars were reflected in it.
There's only stars, as I thought,
he said. And then he gave a low gasp, for the stars went out, as if a dark veil had been withdrawn. The mirror grew grey, and then clear. There was sun shining, and the branches of trees were waving and tossing in the wind. But before Sam could make up his mind what it was that he saw, the light faded. And now he thought he saw Frodo with a pale face lying fast asleep under a great dark cliff. Then he seemed to see himself going along a dim passage, and climbing an endless winding stair. It came to him suddenly that he was looking urgently for something, but what it was he did not know. Like a dream, the vision shifted and went back, and he saw the trees again. But this time they were not so close, and he could see what was going on. They were not waving in the wind, they were falling, crashing to the ground.
Oi!
Cried Sam in an outraged voice.
There's that Ted Sandyman a cutting down trees as he shouldn't. They didn't know to be felled. It's an avenue beyond the mill that shades the road to Bywater. I wish I could get at Ted, I'd fell him.
But now Sam noticed that the old mill had vanished, and a large red brick building was being put up where it had stood. Lots of folk were busily at work. There was a tall red chimney nearby. Black smoke seemed to cloud the surface of the mirror.
There's some devilry at work in the Shire,
he said.
Elrond knew what he was about when he wanted to send Mr. Merry back.
Then suddenly Sam gave a cry and sprang away.
I can't stay here,
He said wildly.
I must go home. They've dug a backshot row, then there's the poor gaffer going down the hill with his bits of things on a barrow. I must go home.
You cannot go home alone, said the lady. You did not wish to go home without your master before you looked in the mirror, and yet you knew that evil things might well be happening in the Shire. Remember that the mirror shows many things, and not all have yet come to pass. Some never come to be, unless those that behold the visions turn aside from their path to prevent them. The mirror is dangerous as a guide of deeds. Sam sat on the ground and put his head in his hands.
I wish I'd never come here, and I don't want to see no more magic,
he said, and fell silent. After a moment he spoke again thickly as if struggling with tears.
No, I'll go home by the long road with Mr. Frodo, or not at all,
he said.
but I hope I do get back someday. If what I've seen turns out true, someone's going to catch it hot.
Do you now wish to look, Frodo? Said the Lady Galadriel. You did not wish to see elf magic and were content.
Do you advise me to look?
Asked Frodo. No, she said. I do not counsel you one way or the other. I am not a counselor. You may learn something, and whether what you see be fair or evil, that may be profitable, and yet it may not. Seeing is both good and perilous. Yet I think, Frodo, that you have courage and wisdom enough for the venture, or I would not have brought you here. Do as you will.
I will look,
said Frodo, and he climbed on the pedestal and bent over the dark water. At once the mirror cleared and he saw a twilit land. Mountains loomed dark in the distance against the pale sky. A long grey road wound back out of sight. Far away a figure came slowly down the road, faint and small at first, but growing larger and clearer as it approached. Suddenly Frodo realized that it reminded him of Gandalf. He almost called aloud the wizard's name, and then he saw that the figure was clothed not in grey, but in a white that shone faintly in the dusk, and in its hand there was a white staff. The head was so bowed that he could see no face, and presently the figure turned aside round a bend in the road that went out to the mirror's view. Doubt came into Frodo's mind. Was this a vision of Gandalf on one of his many lonely journeys long ago? Or was it Saruman? The vision now changed, brief and small but very vivid. He caught a glimpse of Bilbo walking restlessly about his room. The table was littered with disordered papers. Rain was beating on the windows. There was a pause, and after it many swift scenes followed that Frodo in some way knew to be parts of a great history in which he had become involved. The mist cleared, and he saw a light which he had never seen before, but knew at once. The sea. Darkness fell. The sea rose and raged in a great storm.
Then he saw against the sun sinking blood red into a rack of clouds the black outline of a tall ship with torn sails riding up out of the west. Then a wide river flowing through a populous city. Then a white fortress with 7 towers, and then again a ship with black sails, but now it was morning again. And the water rippled with light, and a banner bearing the emblem of a white tree shone in the sun. A smoke as of fire in battle arose, and again the sun went down in a burning red and faded into a grey mist, and into the mist a small ship passed away, twinkling with lights. It vanished, and Frodo sighed, and prepared to draw away, but suddenly the mirror went altogether dark as if a hole had opened in the world of sight, and Frodo looked into emptiness, in the black abyss. There appeared a single eye that slowly grew until it filled nearly all the mirror. So terrible was it that Frodo stood rooted, unable to cry out or withdraw its gaze. The eye was rimmed with fire, but was itself glazed, yellow as a cat's, watchful and intent, and the black slit of its pupil opened on a pit, a window into nothing. Then the eye began to rove, searching this way and that, and Frodo knew with certainty and horror that among the many things that it sought he himself was one, but he also knew that it could not see him, not yet, not unless he willed it. The ring that hung upon his chain about his neck grew heavy, heavier than a great stone, and his head was dragged downwards. The mirror seemed to be growing hot, and curls of steam were rising from the water. He was slipping forward. "Do not touch the water," said the Lady Galadriel softly. The vision faded, and Frodo found that he was looking at the cool stars twinkling in the silver basin. He quickly stepped back, shaking all over, and looked at the lady. "I know what it was that you last saw," she said, "but that is also in my mind. Do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves, and he gropes ever to see me in my thought. But still, the door is closed." She lifted up her white arm and spread out her hands towards the east in a gesture of rejection and denial. Eärendil, the evening star, most beloved of the elves, shone clear above. So bright was it that the figure of the elven lady cast a dim shadow on the ground. Its rays glanced upon a ring about her finger. It glittered like polished gold, overlaid with silver light, and a white stone in it twinkled as if the elven star had come down to rest upon her hand. Frodo gazed at the ring and with awe, for suddenly it seemed to him that he understood. "Yes," she said, divining in his thought. "It is not permitted to speak of it, and Elrond could not do so, but it cannot be hidden from the ring-bearer, and one who has seen the eye. Verily it is in the land of Lorien, upon the finger of Galadriel, that one of the 3 remains. This is Nenya, the ring of adamant,
None your business.
and I am its keeper. He suspects, but he does not know, not yet. Do you not see now wherefore your coming is to us as this footstep of doom? For if you fail, then we are laid bare to the enemy. Yet if you succeed, then our powers is diminished, and Lothlorien will fade, and the tides of time will sweep it away. We must depart into the west, or dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forget, and to be forgotten." Frodo bent his head. And what do you wish?" he said at last. "That what should be shall be," she answered. "The love of the elves of their land and their works is deeper than the deeps of the sea, and their regret is undying and cannot ever wholly be assuaged. Yet they will cast all away rather than submit to Sauron. For they know him now. For the fate of Lothlorien you are not answerable, but only for the doing of your own task. Yet I could wish, were it of any avail, that the One Ring had never been wrought, or had remained forever lost."
You are wise and fearless and fair, Lady Galadriel, said Frodo. I will give you the One Ring, if you ask for it. It is too great a matter for me.
Galadriel laughed with a sudden clear laugh. Wise the Lady Galadriel may be, yet here she has met her match in courtesy. Gently are you revenged for my testing of your heart at our first meeting. You begin to see with a keen eye. I do not deny that my heart has greatly desired to ask what you offer. For many long years I had pondered what I might do should the great ring come to my hands, and behold, it was brought within my grasp. The evil that was devised long ago works on in many ways, whether Sauron himself stands or falls. Would not that have been a noble deed to set to the credit of his ring, if I had taken it by force or fear from my guest? And now at last it comes. You will give me the ring freely. In place of a dark lord you will set up a queen, and I shall not be dark, but beautiful and terrible as the morning and the night. Fair as the sea and the sun and the snow upon the mountain, dreadful as the storm and the lightning, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me and despair. She lifted up her hand, and from the ring that she wore she issued a great light that illuminated her alone, and left all else dark. She stood before Frodo, seeming now tall beyond measurement, and beautiful beyond enduring, terrible and worshipful. Then she let her hand fall, and the light faded, and suddenly she laughed again, and lo! She was shrunken. A slender elf woman, clad in simple white, whose gentle voice was soft and sad. I pass the test, she said. I will diminish, and go into the west, and remain Galadriel. They stood for a long time in silence. At length the lady spoke again. Let us return, she said. In the morning you must depart, for now we have chosen, and the tides of fate are flowing.
I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo. A thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them?
You have not tried, she said. Only thrice have you set the ring upon your finger since you knew what you possessed. Do not try. It would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger, and to train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as the ring bearer, and as one that has borne it on finger, and seen that which is hidden, your sight has grown keener. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9. And did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning to Sam.
No, lady,
He answered.
To tell you the truth, I wondered what you were talking about. I saw a star through your fingers, but if you'll pardon my speaking out, I think my master was right. I wish you'd take his ring. You'd put things to rights. You'd stop them digging up the gaffer and turning him adrift. You'd make some folk pay for their dirty work.
I would, she said. That is how it would begin. But it would not stop with that. Alas. We will not speak more of it. Let us go. That night, the company was again summoned to the chamber of Celeborn, and there the lord and lady greeted them with fair words. At length Celeborn spoke of their departure. Now is the time, he said, when those who wish to continue the quest must harden their hearts to leave this land. Those who no longer wish to go forward may remain here for a while, but whether they stay or go, none can be sure of peace. For here we are come now to the edge of doom. Here the ways of the world lie open again, or we summon them to the last need of Lorien. Then they may return to their own lands, or else go to the long home of those that fall in battle. There was a silence. They all resolved to go forward, said Galadriel, looking in their eyes. As for me, said Boromir, My way home lies onward and not back. That is true, said Celeborn. But is all this company going with you to Minas Tirith? We have not decided our course, said Aragorn. Beyond Lothlorien, I do not know what Gandalf intended to do. Indeed, I do not think that even he had any clear purpose. Maybe not, said Celeborn. Yet when you leave this land, you can no longer forget the Great River. As some of you know well, it cannot be crossed by travelers with baggage between Lorien and Gondor, save by boat. And are not the bridges of Osgiliath broken down and all the landings held now by the enemy? On which side will you journey? The way to Minas Tirith lies upon this side, upon the west, but the straight road of the quest lies east of the river, upon the darker shore. Which shore will you now take? If my advice is needed, it will be the western shore, and the way to Minas Tirith, answered Boromir. But I am not the leader of the company. The others said nothing, and Aragorn looked doubtful and troubled. I see that you do not yet know what to do, said Celeborn. It is not my part to choose for you, but I will help you as I may. There are some among you who can handle boats. Legolas, whose folk know the swift forest river, and Boromir of Gondor, and Aragorn the traveller.
And one hobbit!
Cried Merry.
Not all of us look on boats as wild horses. My people live by the banks of the Brandywine.
That is well, said Celeborn. Then I will furnish your company with boats. They must be small and light, for if you go far by water, there are places where you will be forced to carry them. You will come to the rapids of Sarn Gebir, and maybe at last to the great falls of Rauros, where the river thunders down from Nenhithel. And there are other perils. They will not give you counsel. In the end, you must leave them and the river and turn west or east. Aragorn thanked Celeborn many times. The gift of boats comforted him much, not least because there would now be no need to decide his course for some days. The others too looked more hopeful. Whatever perils lay ahead, it seemed better to float down the broadside of Anduin to meet them than to plod forward with bent backs. Only Sam was doubtful. He at any rate still thought boats as bad as wild horses, or worse. And not all the dangers that he had survived made him think better of them. All shall be prepared for you and await you at the haven before noon tomorrow, said Celeborn. I will send my people to you in the morning to help you make ready for the journey. Now we will wish you all a fair night and untroubled sleep. Good night, friends, said Galadriel. Sleep in peace. Do not trouble your hearts over much with thought of the road tonight. Maybe the paths that you each shall tread are already laid before your feet, though you do not see them. Good night. The company now took their leave and returned to their pavilion. Legolas went with them, for this was to be their last night in Lothlorien, and in spite of the words of Galadriel, they wished to take counsel together. For a long time they debated what they should do, and how it would be best to attempt the fulfilling of their purpose with the ring. But they came to no decision. It was plain that most of them desired to go first to Minas Tirith, and to escape at least for a while from the terror of the enemy. They would have been willing to follow a leader over the river and into the shadow of Mordor, but Frodo spoke no word, and Aragorn was still divided in his mind. His own plan, while Gandalf remained with them, had been to go with Boromir, and with his sword help to deliver Gondor. For he believed that the message of the dreams was a summons, and that the hour had come at last when the heir of Elendil should come forth and strive with Sauron for the mastery. But in Moria the burden of Gandalf had been laid on him, and he knew that he could not now forsake the ring, if Frodo refused in the end to go with Boromir. And yet what help could he or any of the company give to Frodo, save to walk blindly with him into the darkness? I shall go to Minas Tirith, alone if need be, for it is my duty, said Boromir, and after that he was silent for a while, sitting with his eyes fixed on Frodo, as if he was trying to read the halfling's thoughts. At length he spoke again, softly, as if he was debating with himself. And if you wish only to destroy the ring, he said, then there is little use in war and weapons, and the men of Minas Tirith cannot help. But if you wish to destroy the armed might of the Dark Lord, then it is folly to go without force into his domain, and folly to throw away. He paused suddenly, as if he had become aware that he was speaking his thoughts aloud. It would be folly to throw lives away, I mean. It is a choice between defending a strong place and walking openly into the arms of death. At least, that is how I see it. Frodo caught something new and strange in Boromir's glance as he looked hard at him. Plainly, Boromir's thought was different from his final words. It would be folly to throw away what? The Ring of Power. He had said something like this at the council, but he had accepted the correction of Elrond. Frodo looked at Aragorn, but he seemed deep in his own thought and made no sign that he had heeded Boromir's words. And so their debate ended. Merry and Pippin were already asleep, and Sam was nodding. The night was growing old. In the morning, as they were beginning to pack their slender goods, elves that could speak their tongue came to them and brought them many gifts of food and clothing for the journey. The food was mostly in the form of very thin cakes made of meal that was baked a light brown from the outside, and inside was the color of cream. Gimli took up one of the cakes and looked at it with doubtful eye.
Cram.
He said under his breath, as he broke off a crisp corner and nibbled at it. His expression quickly changed, and he ate the rest of the cake with relish.
No more, no more,
Cried the elves, laughing.
you have eaten enough already for a long day's march.
I thought this was only a kind of crab, such as the Dalemen make for journeys in the wild,
Said the dwarf.
So it is,
They answered.
but we call it lambus, or waybread, and it is more strengthening than any food made by men, and it is more pleasant than cram, by all accounts.
Indeed it is.
Said Gimli.
Why, it is better than the honey cakes of the Beornings. And that is great praise, for the Beornings are the best bakers that I know of. But they are none too willing to deal out their cakes to travelers in these days. You are kindly hosts.
All the same, we bid you spare the food,
They said.
eat a little at a time and only at need, for these things are given to serve you when all else fails. The cakes will keep sweet for many, many days, if they are unbroken and left in their leaf wrappings as we have brought them. One will keep a traveller on his feet for a day of long labour, even if he be one of the tall men of Minas Tirith.
The elves next unwrapped and gave to each of the company the clothes that they brought. For each they had provided a hood and cloak, made according to his size, of the light but warm silken stuff that the Galadrim wove. It was hard to say of what colour they were. Twilight under the trees they seemed to be, and yet if they were moved or set in another light, they were green as the shadowed leaves, or brown as fallow fields by night, dusk silver as water under the stars. Each cloak was fastened above the neck with a brooch like a green leaf veined with silver.
Are these magic cloaks?
Asked Pippin, looking at them with wonder.
I do not know what you mean by that,
Answered the leader of the elves.
They are fair garments, and the web is good, for it was made in this land. They are elvish robes, certainly, if that is what you mean. Leaf and branch, water and stone, they are the hue and beauty of all these things under the twilight of Lorien that we love. For we put the thought of all that we love into all that we make. Yet they are garments, not armour, and they will not turn shaft or blade. But they should serve you well. They are light to wear, and warm enough or cool enough at need. And you will find them a great aid in keeping out the sight of unfriendly eyes, whether you walk among the stones or the trees. You are indeed high in the favour of the lady, for she herself and her maidens wove this stuff, and never before have we clad strangers in the garb of our own people. After their morning meal, the company said farewell to the lawn by the fountain. Their hearts were heavy, for it was a fair place, and it had become like home to them, though they could not count the days and nights that they had passed there. As they stood for a moment looking at the white water in the sunlight, Haldir came walking towards them over the green grass
Holy
of the
shit!
glade. Frodo greeted
What?
him with delight,
The pause.
I
The
have
cloaks
returned from the
change in
northern
the
fences.
movies.
said the elf.
What do you mean?
And I am sent now to be your guide.
They
again.
change colors.
The Dimril Dale is full
Alright,
of
hold
vapor
on.
and clouds of smoke, and the mountains are troubled.
I don't know where.
There are noises in the deeps of the earth.
What do you mean?
When they first receive their cloaks in Lothlorien in the films, they're a deep green like the forest. But as you'll most definitely remember, when they're outside the gates of Mordor, they're a dark gray.
Mm-hmm.
And when Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli are wearing them in the plains of Rohan, they're a slightly more tan green. They actually made separate cloaks for the movie, depending on the environment they're being worn in.
You don't say.
Isn't that cool?
Tom Bombadillo.
Tom Bombadillo! Isn't
Yeah,
that
that's cool.
Poggers? Isn't that Poggers?
No,
You're my little Pog champ.
never speak that way again to me. Get out of my sight. Stop! The fuck is wrong with you?
Everything. Hit play. Let's keep listening.
We'll finish.
If any of you had thought of returning northwards to your homes, you would not have been able to pass that way. But come, your path now goes south. As they walked through Caras Galadhon, the green ways were empty. But in the trees above them, many voices were murmuring and singing. They themselves went silently. At last Haldir led them down the southward slopes of the hill, and they came again to the great gate hung with lamps, and to the white bridge. And so they passed out and left the city of the elves.
They passed out.
Then they turned away from the paved road and took a path that went off into a deep thicket of malon trees, and passed on, winding through rolling woodlands of silver shadow, leading them ever down, southwards and eastwards, towards the shores of the river. They had gone some 10 miles, and noon was at hand when they came on a high green wall. Passing through an opening, they came suddenly out of the trees. Before them lay a long lawn of shining grass, studded with golden Eleanor that glinted in the sun. The lawn ran out into a narrow tongue between bright margins. On the right and west the Silverlode flowed glittering. On the left and east of the great river rolled its broad waters, deep and dark. On the further shores, the woodlands still marched on southwards, as far as the eye could see. But all the banks were bleak and bare. No Malon lifted its gold-hung boughs beyond the land of Lorien. On the bank of the Silverlode, at some distance up from the meeting of the streams, there was a height of white stones and white wood. By it were moored many boats and barges. Some were brightly painted and shone with silver and gold and green, but most were either white or grey. 3 small grey boats had been made ready for the travellers, and in these the elves stowed their goods, and they added also coils of rope, 3 to each boat. Slender they looked, but strong, silken to the touch, grey of hue like the elven cloaks.
What are these?
Asked Sam, handling one that lay upon the greensward. Ropes indeed, answered an elf from the boats. Never travel far without rope, and one that is long and strong and light. Such are these. They may be a help in many needs.
You don't need to tell me that.
Said Sam.
I came without any, and I've been worried ever since. But I was
That's a
wondering
big
what these were
difference.
made of. Knowing a bit about rope making, it's in the family, as you might say.
They are made of heath
Sam
rope,
is so enthusiastic about the rope in the book.
but there is no time now to instruct you in the
Well,
art
that's
of their
because he
making.
wanted
Had we
rope
known that this craft delighted you,
in the book
we would have taught you much. But now, alas,
earlier,
unless you should
remember?
at some time return hither, you must
Yep.
be content with our gift. May it serve you well. Come, said Haldir. All is now ready for you. Enter the boats, but take care at first. Heed the words, said the
Real
other elves.
elven rope.
These boats are light built,
and they are crafty and unlike the boats of other folk. They will not sink, lay them as you will, but they are wayward if mishandled. It would be wise if you accustomed yourself to stepping in and out, here where there is landing place, before you set off downstream. The company was arranged this way. Aragorn, Frodo and Sam were in one boat, Boromir, Merry and Pippin in another, and in the third were Legolas and Gimli, who had now become fast friends. In this last boat, most of the goods and packs were stowed. The boats were moved and steered with short-handled paddles that had broad leaf-shaped blades. When all was ready, Aragorn led them on a trial up the Silverlode. The current was swift, and they went forward slowly. Sam sat in the bows, clutching the sides and looking back wistfully to the shore. The sunlight glittering on the water dazzled his eyes. As they passed beyond the green field of the Tongue, the trees drew down into the river's brink. Here and there, golden leaves tossed and floated onto the rippling stream. The air was very bright and still, and there was a silence, except for the high, distant song of larks. They turned a sharp bend in the river, and there, sailing proudly down the stream towards them, they saw a swan of great size. The water rippled on either side of the white breast beneath its curving neck. Its beak shone like burnished gold, and its eyes glinted like jets set in yellow stones. Its huge white wings were half lifted. A music came down the river as it drew nearer, and suddenly they perceived that it was a ship, wrought and carved with elven skill in the likeness of a bird. 2 elves clad in white steered it with black paddles. In the midst of the vessel sat Celeborn, and behind him stood Galadriel, tall and white. A circlet of golden flowers was in her hair, and in her hand she held a harp, and she sang. Sad and sweet was the sound of her voice, in the cool, clean air. I sang of leaves, leaves of gold, and leaves of gold there grew. Of wind I sang, a wind there came, and in the branches blew. Beyond the sun, beyond the moon, the foam was on the sea, and by the strand of Ilmarinen there grew a golden tree. Beneath the stars of Evereve, in Eldamar it shone, in Eldamar besides the walls of Elven Tirion. There long the golden leaves have grown upon the branching years, while here beyond the sundering seas now fall the elven tears. O Lorien, the winter comes, the bare and leafless day. The leaves are falling in the stream, the river flows away. O Lorien, too long I have dwelt upon this hither shore, and in a fading crown have twined the golden Eleanor. But if of ships I now should sing, what ship would come to me? What ship would bear me ever back across so wide a sea? Aragorn stayed his boat as the swan ship drew alongside. The lady ended her song and greeted them. We have come to bid our last farewell, she said, and to speed you with blessings from our land. Though you have been our guests, said Celeborn, you have not yet eaten with us, and we bid you, therefore, here between the flowing waters that will bear you far from Lorien. The swan passed on slowly to the Hythe, and they turned their boats and followed it. There in the last end of Egladil upon the green grass the parting feast was held, but Frodo ate and drank little, heeding only the beauty of the lady and her voice. She seemed no longer perilous or terrible, nor filled with hidden power. Already she seemed to him, as of men of later days elves still at times are seen, present and yet remote, a living vision of what which has already been left far behind by the flowing streams of time. After they had eaten and drunk, sitting upon the grass, Celeborn spoke to them again of their journey, and lifting his hand he pointed south to the woods beyond the Tongue. As you go down the water, he said, you will find that the trees will fail, and you will come to a barren country. There the river flows in stony vales amid high moors, until at last, after many leagues, it comes to the tall island of the Tindrock, that we call Tol Brandir. There it casts its arms about the steep shores of the isle, and falls then with a great noise and smoke over the cataracts of Rauros, down into the Nindalf. The Wetwang, as it is called in your tongue. That is a wide region of sluggish fen when the stream becomes tortuous and much divided.
My wing is wet.
There the Entwash flows in by many mouths of the forest of Fanghorn in the west. About that stream on the side of the great river lies Rohan. On the further side are the bleak hills of the Eminmuil. The wind blows from the east there, for they look out over the dead marshes and the no-man lands of Cirith Gorgor and the black gates of Mordor. Boromir and any that go with him seeking Minas Tirith will do well to leave the great river above Rauros and cross the Entwash before it finds the marshes. Yet they should not go too far up that stream, nor risk becoming entangled in the forest of Fangorn. That is a strange land, and is now little known. But Boromir and Aragorn doubtless do not need this warning. Indeed, we have heard of Fangorn in Minas Tirith, said Boromir. But what I have heard seems to me for the most part of old wives' tales, such as we tell to our children. All that lies north of Rohan is now to us so far away that fancy can wander freely there. Of old Fangorn lay upon the borders of our realm, but it is now many lives of men since any of us visited it, to prove or disprove the legends that came true, that have come down from distant years. I have myself been at times in Rohan, but I have never crossed it northwards. When I was sent out as a messenger, I passed through the gap by the skirts of the mountains, and crossed the Isle and the Grey Flood into Northernland. A long and wearisome journey. 400 leagues I reckoned it, and it took me many months, for I lost my horse at Tarbad, at the fording of the Grey Flood. After that journey and the road I have trodden with this company, I do not much doubt that I shall find a way through Rohan, and Fangorn too, if need be. Then I need say no more, said Celeborn. But do not despise the Lord that has come down from distant years, for oft it may chance that old wives keep in memory word of things that once were needful for the wise to know. Now Galadriel rose from the grass, and taking a cup from one of her maidens, she filled it with white mead and gave it to Celeborn. Now is the time to drink the cup of farewell, she said. Drink, Lord of the Galadrim, and let not your heart be sad, though night must follow noon, and already our evening draweth nigh. Then she brought the cup to each of the company, and bade them drink in farewell. But when they had drunk, she commanded them to sit again on the grass, and chairs were set for her and for Celeborn. Her maidens stood silent about her, and a while she looked upon her guests. At last she spoke again. We have drunk the cup of parting, she said, and the shadows fall between us. Before you go, I've brought in my ship gifts, which the Lord and Lady of Galadrim now offer you in memory of Lothlorien. Then she called to each in turn. Here is the gift of Celeborn and Galadriel to the leader of your company, she said to Aragorn. And she gave him a sheath that had been made to fit his sword. It was overlaid with tracery of flowers and leaves wrought of silver and gold, and on it was set in elven runes formed of many gems the name Anduril, and the lineage of the sword. The blade that is drawn from this sheath shall not be stained or broken, even in defeat, she said. But is there aught else that you desire of me at our parting? For darkness will flow between us, and it may be that we shall not meet again, unless it be far hence upon a road that has no returning. And Aragorn answered, Lady, you know all my desire, and long held in keeping the only treasure that I seek. Yet it is not yours to give me, even if you would, and only through darkness shall I come to it. Yet maybe this will lighten your heart, said Galadriel, for it was left in my care to be given to you, should you pass through this land. Then she lifted from her lap a great stone of clear green, set in a silver brooch that was wrought in the likeness of an eagle with outspread wings. And as she held it up, the gem flashed like the sun shining through the leaves of spring. This stone I gave to Celebrian, my daughter, and she to hers, and now it comes to you as a token of hope. In this hour take the name that was foretold for you, Elessar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil. Then Aragorn took the stone and pinned the brooch upon his breast, and those who saw him wondered, for they had not marked before how tall and kingly he stood, and it seemed to them that many years of toil had fallen from his shoulders. For the gifts that you have given me, I thank you, he said. O Lady of Lorien, of whom were sprung Celebrian and Arwen Evenstar, what praise could I say more? lady bowed her head, and she turned then to Boromir. And to him she gave a belt of gold, and to Merry and Pippin she gave small silver belts, each with a clasp wrought like a golden flower. To Legolas she gave a bow such as the Galadrim use, longer and stouter than the bows of Mirkwood, and strung with a string of elf hair.
Mirkwood.
With it went a quiver of arrows. For you, little gardener and lover of trees, she said to Sam, I have only a small gift. She put into his hands a little box of plain grey wood, unadorned save for a single silver rune upon the lid. Here is set G for Galadriel, she said, but also it may stand for garden in your tongue. In this box there is earth from my orchard, and such blessings as Galadriel has still to bestow is upon it. It will not keep you on your road, nor defend you against any peril, but if you keep it and see your home again at last, then perhaps it may reward you. Though you should find all barren and laid waste, there will be few gardens in Middle-earth that will bloom like your garden, if you sprinkle this earth there. Then you may remember Galadriel, and catch a glimpse far off of Lorien, that you have seen only in our winter. For our spring and our summer are gone, and they will never be seen on earth again, save in memory. Sam went red to the ears and muttered something inaudible, as he clutched the box and bowed as well as he could. And what gift for the dwarf? Ask of the elves, said Galadriel, turning to Gimli.
None, lady.
Answered Gimli.
It is enough for me to have seen the Lady of the Galadriel, and to have heard her gentle words.
Hear, all ye elves, she cried to those about her. Let none say again that dwarves are grasping and ungracious. Yet surely, Gimli, son of Gloin, you desire something that I could give. Name it, I bid you. You shall not be the only guest without a gift.
There is nothing, Lady Galadriel,
said Gimli, bowing low and stammering.
Nothing, unless it is permitted to ask, nay, to name a single strand of your hair, which surpasseth the gold of the earth as the stars surpass the gems of the mine. I do not ask for such a gift. But you commanded me to name my desire. The elves stirred and murmured with an astonishment, and Celeborn gazed at the dwarf in wonder. But the lady smiled. It is said that the skill of the dwarves is in their hands rather than in their tongues, she said. Yet that is not true of Gimli. For none have ever made to me a request so bold, and yet so courteous. And how shall I refuse, since I commanded him to speak? But tell me, what would you do with such a gift? Treasure it, lady, he answered, in memory of your words to me at our first meeting. And if ever I return to the smithies of my home, it shall be set in imperishable crystal, to be an heirloom of my house, and a pledge of goodwill between the mountain and the woods, until the end of days.
Then the lady unbraided one of her longest tresses, cut off 3 golden hairs, and laid them in Gimli's hand. These words shall go with the gift, she said. I do not foretell, for all foretelling is now in vain. On the one hand lies darkness, and on the other only hope. But if hope should not fail, then I say to you, Gimli, son of Gloin, that your hands shall flow with gold, and yet over you gold shall have no dominion.
Oh,
And you, ring-bearer, she said, turning to Frodo,
that
I come to you last,
is
who are
quite
not
the
last
blessing.
in my thoughts. For you I have prepared this. She held up a small crystal phial. It glittered as she
Especially
moved
a
it, and
dwarf.
rays of white light sprang from her hand. In this phial, she said, is caught the light of Erendil's star, set amid the waters of my fountain. It will shine still brighter when the night is about you. May it be a light to you in dark places, when all other lights go out. Remember Galadriel and her mirror. Frodo took the phial, and for a moment as it shone between them, he saw her again standing like a queen, great and beautiful, but no longer terrible. He bowed, but found no words to say. Now the lady arose, and Celeborn led them back to the Hive. A yellow noon lay upon the green land of the tongue, and the water glittered with silver. All at last was made ready. The company took their places in the boats as before, crying farewell. The elves of Lorien with long grey poles thrust them out into the flowing stream, and the rippling waters bore them slowly away. The travellers sat still without moving or speaking. On the green bank near to the very point of the tongue, the Lady Galadriel stood alone and silent. As they passed her, they turned, and their eyes watched her slowly floating away from them. For so it seemed to them, Lorien was slipping backward, like a bright ship masted with enchanted trees sailing on to forgotten shores, while they sat helpless upon the margin of the grey and leafless world. Even as they gazed, the silver load passed out into the currents of the great river, and their boats turned and began to speed southward. Soon the white form of the lady was small and distant. She shone like a window of glass upon a far hill in the westerning sun, or as a remote lake seen from a mountain, a crystal fallen in the lap of the land. Then it seemed to Frodo that she lifted her arms in a final farewell, and far but piercing clear on the following wind came the sound of her voice singing. But now she sang in the ancient tongue of the elves beyond the sea, and he did not understand the words. Fair was the music, but it did not comfort him. Yet, as is the way with elvish words, they remained graven in his memory, and long afterwards he interpreted them as well as he could. The language was that of the elven song, and spoke of things little known on Middle-earth. Ai lauriel lanter lassi surien, Jeni ujo nottime vevranar alderon, Jeni velinte julderan varier mio romardi, lisse miro vureva, Andune pella vardo telumar nuluini, Jassen tintilariellini, O Mario arrientari lilien, Si mani julmaninen quantuva, Ansi tintale varde oiolosseo, Vefagnar mariat elentari ortane, Ar irietir undulave lumbole, Ar sinda noriello caita morniei falmalinari imbemet, Ar hissie, Untupa calakirio mirioigale, Si vanwana, Romelo vanwa valimar, Namarie, Nai hiruvalje valimar, Naelje hiruval, Namarie. Ah, like gold fall the leaves in the wind, long years numberless, as the wings of the trees. The years have passed like swift draughts of sweet mead in softly holes beyond the west, beneath the blue vaults of Varda, where the stars tremble in the song of her voice, holy and queenly. Who now shall refill the cup for me? For now the kindler, Varda, the queen of the stars, from Mount Everwhite has uplifted her hands like clouds, and all paths are drowned deep in shadow, and out of a grey country darkness lies on the foaming waves between us. And mist covers the jewels of Kelasiria forever. Now lost to those from the eastern is Valimar. Farewell. Maybe thou shalt find Valimar. Maybe even thou shalt find it. Farewell. Varda is the name of that lady whom the elves in these lands of exile name Elbereth. Suddenly the river swept around a bend, and the banks rose upon either side, and the light of Lorien was hidden. To that fair land Frodo never came again. The travellers now turned their faces to the journey. The sun was before them, and their eyes were dazzled, for all were filled with tears. Gimli wept openly.
I have looked last upon that which was fairest,
He said to Legolas, his companion.
Henceforward I will call nothing fair unless it be her gift.
He put his hand on his breast.
Tell me, Legolas, why did I come on this quest? Little did I know where the chief peril lay. Truly Elrond spoke, saying that he could not foresee what we might meet upon our road. Dormant in the dark was the danger that I feared, and it did not hold me back. But I would not have come had I known the danger of light and joy. Now I have taken my worst wound in this party, even if I were to go this night straight to the Dark Lord. Alas for Gimli, son of Glóin.
Nay, said Legolas, alas for a soul, and for all that walk the world in these after days, for such is the way of it, to find and lose,
as it seems to those whose boat is on the running stream. But I count you blessed, Gimli, son of Gloin. For your loss you suffer on your own free will, and you might have chosen otherwise. But you have not forsaken your companions, and the least reward that you shall have is that the memory of Lothlorien shall remain ever clear and unstained in your heart, and shall neither fade nor grow stale.
Maybe, said Gimli, and I thank you for your words. True words, doubtless. Yet all such comfort is cold. Memory is not what the heart desires. That is only a mirror, be it clear as Kelid Zara. Or so says the heart of Gimli the dwarf. Elves may see things otherwise. Indeed, I have heard that from their memory is more like to the waking world than to a dream. Not so for dwarves. But let us talk no more of it. Look to the boat. She is too low in the water with all this baggage, and the great river is swift. I do not wish to drown my grief in cold water.
He took up a paddle and steered towards the western bank, following Aragorn's boat ahead, which had already moved out of the middle stream. So the company went on their long way, down the wide hurrying waters, borne ever southwards. Bare woods stalked along either bank, and they could not see any glimpse of the lands behind. The breeze died away and the river flowed without a sound. No voice of bird broke the silence. The sun grew misty as the day grew old, until it gleamed in the pale sky like a high white pearl. Then it faded into the west, and dusk came early, followed by a grey and starless night. Far into the dark, quiet hours they floated on, guiding their boats under the overhanging shadows of the western woods. Great trees passed by like ghosts, thrusting their twisted, thirsty roots through the mist down into the water. It was dreary and cold. Frodo sat and listened to the faint lap and gurgle of the river fretting amongst the tree roots and the driftwood near the shore, until his head nodded, and he fell into an uneasy sleep.
There we go.
Epic.
Frodo was roused by Sam.
Did you wish to stop? There are 2 chapters left.
I do not wish to stop. I wish to
He
finish
found
the
that he
book
was not-
tonight. But I do need to grab something to eat. I have not eaten enough today.
I need to eat something too.
All right, let's take a short break.
Oh, wait.
Put the stream on pause and play some here, I'll give you something to play. This will be great for the stream. Play this for the stream. There you go.
What the fuck even is that?
What do you mean?
Lord of the Rings, but it's lo-fi beats?
It's good.
That's very interesting, to say the least.
Restart it so that you get the maximum length. What do you mean it's interesting, huh?
What? Do you not think that... Do you not think that it'd be interesting?
I think that it's nice. I don't think it's interesting. You said it like it was like, what the hell? Like I was showing you some sort of new porn genre that you hadn't heard of before.
You have.
What
You've
is
shown me.
that?
You've shown me gruesome. It's just whatever. It's
Airplane
this.
porn?
This is the most graphic thing you've ever shown me in my entire life.
Is it really?
It is.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Maybe I need to actually send you something graphic in Discord
Don't.
for
I'd
your whole
prefer-
stream to see.
I'd prefer you didn't.
What was that sound?
I got a shiver. Fuck you. I got a shiver.
You got a shiver?
Don't talk mad shit. You talking mad fucking shit.
Here, you can look at it on your phone to keep the decency of your stream.
What the hell are you talking about? What kind of horrid shit did you send me?
All right,
get
I'll be
food.
back. Mwah.
Maybe it goes like that.
Dun, dun,
That's probably good. These fucking piles need a bit more height. But they will do. The right of do. Actually, this might be better. Much better. Let's make these people who've made this place their home. We must give them squalor to live in. Like much the rest of the capital wasteland. Silly fools they are. They sit and wait for themselves to be caught. I need a small one. Like a small pile. Yeah, something like that. There's a big old fucking pile in there. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Fuck off. Why do I need you? I don't need you. Get you out of here. I don't need no click on no Brahmin. I ain't need no Brahmin. Alright, why do I have two Brahmin there? I know the Brahmin's supposed to be there, but what's the point of the other one? Oh my god, dude. I can't fucking click on this. Oh, that's a collection. Make it nice and big. These aren't big enough. Wow. Actually, it's pretty well. That's good. Oh.
Hello.
Give me a moment.
Take all the time you need, love.
I'm gonna have to go get food because I didn't actually get up. I've been trying to get some debris right. I don't know if this is lo-fi so much as like
It's lo-fi.
borderline chiptune. Is that what lo-fi is?
Lo-fi and chiptune are very similar. This is very chiptune-esque lo-fi.
Lo-fi hip-hop beats to jerk off and study to.
Jerk off to.
Sure, that works.
So
Tile.
surprising.
What?
Just this view. Here, throw it on stream.
I can't throw it on stream. I'm doing shit.
Well, it's an engram viewer for the prevalence of the word Tolkien.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
It means the number of times the word appears in books and websites and everywhere.
And can you tell me...
Well, Tolkien didn't really gain... He peaked in popularity in 1976, and then had a slow decline until 2001 when the movies started coming out. And they are now at an all-time high by a large margin.
Well, it's probably due to the show.
The Rings of Power.
Despite its lack of quality writing, yeah, it's probably due to the show.
Yeah, I heard it's kind of a shit fest.
I don't like it.
I heard it's jam-packed with Mary Sue's.
Yeah, one of the main ones being Galadriel.
Isn't she supposed to not be a Mary Sue?
No, I don't know. She's supposed to be younger. Obviously, Galadriel's powerful, but she got powerful with like age or whatever. I don't know. She's just it's not that she's a Mary Sue. It's not really a Mary Sue thing. It's more of like a poorly written characters thing. You know, where they give negative traits to a character, and because they are supposed to be the hero, we're expected to like them instead of working around their negative traits. It's more along the lines of Galadriel is a domineering, assertive annoyance who refuses to accept help from everyone, charges into everything, and then it turns out negatively. Or it just randomly turns out positively because that's how it's supposed to work.
Weird.
And then we're supposed to really like her. It's weird. I don't know.
You know
All
what?
of it's
I've
weird.
always hated Galadriel. You know why? She's a goddamn immigrant.
What are you talking about? What is this
She
character?
She is. She's not from Middle Earth.
Okay.
She immigrated from... What's the place called?
Yo mama's house?
Yeah, she immigrated from Yo Mama's
Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Interiors. Who are you? It is I, Halfling Tom, here to come and save the day. Halfling Tom. That is what I am. That is who I am. That is why I am here. Do you not like Halfling Tom?
I hate him. Also have my mic pushed away, so I'm very quiet.
But Halfling Tom likes you. No, that is not the voice. This is Halfling Tom. Ow.
That hurt
Did
me.
you hurt yourself?
A little.
Fucking idiot.
Oh, there's a new Daily Dose we didn't see. It flew under our radar. Look.
No, we definitely did look at it. Oh.
We haven't seen this.
Yeah, maybe we'll watch it. Just give me a second.
too busy listening to your lo-fi beats to jerk off to?
Yeah, I'm listening to my lo-fi beats to jerk off to. I'm also fixing forms so that way I can actually put my my big fat juicy door down.
You're nasty. I love you.
What do you mean I'm nasty? All I said
big.
was that I was putting a big fat juicy door down.
Why is it George?
Was you put your gun
Shut
down,
up!
Papa?
I'm dying,
Chill out. Calm down. That's enough.
You're a loser, baby.
Excuse
Is
me?
he calling Angel a loser baby, or is he saying he's a loser and referring to him as baby?
Both? What do you mean? It's
Because the name of the song is Loser, comma, Baby.
yeah. That should answer your weird question.
Alright, whatever.
What do you mean, whatever?
Whatever!
Not whatever. You answered your question.
I don't want to believe it.
What do you mean you don't want to believe? You don't want to believe what? Why aren't you believing it? For what
I don't
reason?
want to believe that alcoholism is real.
It's like you don't want to believe that if you use
Work hard.
it, just like you don't want to believe that if you use the weed almost exclusively when you're not in the greatest mood to improve your mood, that
I don't do that.
Okay, alright,
I never use weed to improve my mood because it just enhances whatever my current mood is. Here.
That's what
Play that
you
as well.
say. Hold on, I'm trying to fucking... This is a delicate surgical experience right now. Fuck. That kind of works. Does it look jank?
I can't. I'm not looking on. I'm looking.
I'm trying to click something else.
Let me see it.
Nope, doesn't look jank.
It looks great.
Well, I have something like weirdly stuck into the ground and then sticking out on the other end, and I'm trying to see if it looks jank, but it doesn't look, it looks like it might be fine. But I would like to move it in a little bit so you don't see that edge. There we go. Now it looks perfect.
Hey, Brendan, guess
Exception
what?
of now that shit's leaking through the door. That
Guess
bitch
what?
leaking. What? Why?
Apple.
Damn it. It does look a little jank.
I think it looks great.
Fuck it. Just make that damn door lower. Oh, that looks fine. Boom. It's about accuracy, Ashley. I'm just trying to be accurate. Accurate, as some may say. Damn it. That actually works pretty well. Not much sticking out, and I can just shove it all a tad under. Yeah. Fuck! Quit slurping.
Can't help it. It's the Rohan song.
You wait, what?
This is Rohan's theme.
Yeah, but like, what the fuck does that have to do with you slurping?
Everything.
Everything!
Everything!
Okay, whatever. All that rubble.
They're pretty poggers.
Alright, let me get a fucking snack. Give me a second.
Alright. Keep it the... Okay, never mind. God, how good can Godzilla minus one be? Need to see it. When does it leave theaters? When can I see it? What the hell? Alright.
Ow! Shit! Fuck! Shit fire! Shit fire! Oh, ow! Fuck. Hey. I got the fairies.
Yeah? Let me see them!
Hold on. Hey. Stop it! You see me?
It's loading, hold on. Look at them!
Hold on.
Jaxie Moose!
You little
Moose,
fuck.
stop squirming!
You little cocksucker. Get you fucking... You better hold your ass still. So I can go over here and grab the drawing tablet. Copy. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass, dude. God, you're... I'm about to kill you. Literally. Just violent slaughter. Hey! Oh my god. The two of you. The two of you. Transform. Transform. Paste. Drawing tablet. Fuck! Jaxie!
Let me see them.
I'm trying!
Look at this. He's given up.
Stop it. Events. Okay. Stop it. Stop! Ow! There. Jesus.
How do they smell?
What a spaz. Smell like ferrets. They smell mostly dusty. Destroy children. Eat their souls. Fetch me their souls. Swallow your soul.
No, you're supposed to say,
Consume the child.
this is their plan, people. These are demons.
Anyone who says that Alex Jones isn't more entertaining and gets like irrationally upset about them needs to reevaluate their choices in life, because he's fucking hilarious. Nobody knows what I don't even think he knows what he's talking about. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. I'm a little retarded.
Play the videos I sent. I sent you
Look at
one...
my fucking hair. Look how much hair I've got back here.
I sent you 3 videos. Hit play. I
Look.
see. You look awesome. You've got a mullet. It's sexy. Play the 3
Mullet
videos I
and
sent.
sexy isn't usually something I would consider hand in hand. What? What am I doing?
Play the 3 videos I sent you.
Wait a second. Go over fucking... You sent me 9 messages.
Hello, everybody.
9! 9!
Okay, Hitler.
Excuse me? That's a horrid thing to say to another human being.
Play the videos I sent you.
Shut up! I'm doing it. Calm down. Fucking Jesus. H. Criminy Christ. This fucking woman. Always with the blah, 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 blah. I don't go blah, blah, blah. That's what you sound like. Stream quality adjusted. There. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Illegal for your girlfriend to secretly track your location?
Stop the music.
Oh wait, I forgot about the music. It's so in the background
Hit play.
that I just, it kind of, don't fucking, hold on. Can you shut up for a second? Alright. Go back
For
to
your
the beginning.
girlfriend to secretly track your location?
Yeah, Rendon.
Been up to, Mike? Let's see where you've been. Jewelry store. Victoria's Secret. Oh, I got you now, Mike.
Honey, I got some surprises for you. Wait, what are you doing with my phone?
What are you doing buying gifts for your side pieces?
What? I got these for you. Have you been tracking my location?
You got them for me? That's so sweet. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Nope.
No,
One,
fuck
going in
you.
my phone without my permission is already a crime. 2, secretly sharing my location with you without my consent is also a crime.
Pff, where?
In at least 17 states, and in 11 of those states, they're roped in with laws against stalking.
Oh, come on. Tracking your every move isn't stalking.
That's the definition of stalking.
Well, I'm your girlfriend, so there's an exception.
Oh, there's exceptions, all right, for things like law enforcement, employment, guardianship of a child, and private investigators.
Here we
Well,
go.
as your
This is it
girlfriend,
right
I'm
here.
privately investigating you.
Sorry, honey, that's not how this works, and you're no longer my girlfriend.
What, Mike? But I...
Sorry, Toots, the only thing you're tracking is my back while I walk away. Is it illegal for your girlfriend to secretly track your location?
Sorry, Toots. The only thing you're gonna be tracking is my back as I walk away. Wake me up! And then the other two.
Inside.
I haven't seen this yet.
I just want to look at it. Put it back. Pippin. Pippin.
It's hard to say which way is up and which way is down.
So when the great foe Morgoth destroyed the very light of our home, we resisted.
Help!
Silmarils.
Help me!
Fool of a took!
He's dead!
Look at me. What did you see?
It was black. A dwarf. It was black.
What was the watch?
I think the annoying part about her, that dwarf, has nothing to do with that, and more to do with the fact that she's female and we've never heard of her before.
Mm-hmm.
Not once in the lore, because he didn't write that character. The people who wrote that character, but a female leader in the Dwarf Empire would have been a significant part of history that I feel would have been mentioned. So you shouldn't do it. I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
Jaxie? Stop trying to dig in
It's
that.
ridiculous
There's
to
nothing in
do. It's ridiculous to do in as hard of a fantasy world as Lord of the Rings, where there are set boundaries and relationships between different races. And changing a character from one race to another, or from one sex to another,
Well,
can
that's not
have.
what they're doing. They're writing new characters. Don't lump that in with that.
Oh, I thought they were swapping characters. Well, then.
I just think it's poor writing.
What?
The bad piece of world building to make a female dwarf of like some renown, because I feel like we would have heard about them, especially considering that there's like this whole little bit in the movies where Gimli's like, some people think there are no dwarf women. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hit play.
Watch it in the water.
Not this. There's one more video. I sent you one.
Everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Whoa, Brennan's been censored.
I feel like that we have seen this.
We haven't.
This fire truck spun out of control on this icy road and somehow didn't hit anything, so nobody got hurt.
Whoa.
This person
Perfect
was
parking.
on a plane that was so high up that the blue color of the atmosphere was starting to disappear.
Oh, what?
That seems kind of sketchy.
It does.
She's been shot.
This is why it's so important to have polarized sunglasses when you're in Florida. You never know what's lurking underneath the water.
Oh my god. Oh.
This horse is so black that it creates a perfect optical illusion on the snow. You can't tell if the horse is walking towards or away from the camera.
Oh fuck! I can't.
Walking away.
No, it's walking towards.
It's not. Look. Look at the feet. Focus on where the dirt is going.
Yeah, it's
Or
coming
the-
towards us.
The snow. It's... You're right.
Am I? Now I think it's going away.
Nah, no. Look at his back.
No, you can see the top of its tail. You can see the, look, you can see the upside of its tail. It's going away from us. What the fuck?
I just found out that you can turn a guitar into a cello by using a chopstick.
That's great.
I just found out that the sand on black sand beaches is magnetic.
Yeah.
Oops, not on my camera. It's magnetic!
That's gonna fuck up your phone.
No, it's not.
The driver in this car was pretty lucky.
It's not magnetic. It's ferromagnetic, and her phone is magnetic.
Oh.
Wow.
This passenger asked this guy to hit the gritty.
Is he woo-woo hitting the gwitty? He's about to woo-woo hit the gwitty.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later.
You know what, Ashley?
What?
That was pretty epic.
Do you think the guy who runs Daily Dose, do you think his name is Mr. Daily, or do you think his name is Mr. Dose? Or is it Mr. Internet?
Iridocyclitis.
Back to the book. Remember we said we were going to keep listening. What's this? Oh, this! Peter! Is it her mom? No! This is so long.
This is like extraordinarily uncomfortable and strange.
There you go. Get it all out. Hey guys! Peter, no! No, 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 no!
It's his trigger sound.
What is his trigger sound?
Extra, extra. Look it up. Look up. Peter gives his mom oral. Gives Babs oral. There it is. That one.
It's extra.
Hey, Babs, I got something I think will make you feel better.
I feel so sorry for Mommy.
Don't worry about your mother. She's got her celebrity news programs up there keeping her company.
Wait, celebrity news? What time is it?
Just about 7:30. Why?
Oh my god, oh my god! Peter, no! Peter!
No!
Peter!
They don't offer any explanation as to why 8 o'clock celebrity news 7:30 celebrity news programs is his trigger.
But you haven't seen this whole episode, have you?
There's no explanation.
The flavors are melting on my tongue.
The flavors.
I want to get up and turn. Oh, sorry. I want to turn the light off, but
So old. Probably hurt.
Ew, she's a hairball in her mouth. Oliver. Oliver.
Bro electric cat.
Holy shit.
Oh no! Just move! Why is he eating the box?
What can I get for you? Don't
Don't eat my plants. Don't eat my plants.
He forgot. Where is it? Where's the cat? He's eating the babe.
Hey. You sleeping in the food.
No! Oh no! Why is he?
Come on, let's go.
Hello? Hello? I hear you.
Risha, c'est tout? Risha.
Did you see his face?
And he falls down all by himself, perfectly landing.
De gato. Papilla de gato.
Oh, he loves it.
Ya, y le vamos a poner todos los ingredientes a ese sopaipilla.
This is like Tom whatever in the roly-poly pudding. Tom Mitten. Tom Kitten. What would you do if I did that?
What?
If you got like a new PC and you're like taking a video, I'm like, and this is a cat, and I knocked it off your desk and it didn't boot.
It's an iPhone 10 next to it.
This is a cat.
What would you do?
Next to it.
This is a cat.
That is the gayest plant I've ever seen.
She's gonna trash things. Hey. Is it in there? Oh.
Oh my god!
This is what Milo looked like, the other cat. Milo would sleep like that.
Oh. Bella. Weirdo.
Rover! Rover!
Times a warning sign. Hey, ladies! I have class here. You cannot do that. Shame on you. My apologies.
What are you doing?
Slow blink.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
No. No. Please.
Bro, nobody's cat in the world has ever managed to do shit like this. She's stuck.
I see that you are cleaning your face, but in all honesty, you need to clean your butt. Why are you so dusty?
It seems to not go as much everywhere. Let's see how it is.
I'm Donald Trump. Thank you. Thank you.
Obama.
Obama. You gotta do the hand gestures when you do his voice, Brendan. You gotta go like this. Oh.
It's happened again.
We're gonna build a wall and we're gonna make Mexico pay for it.
Gibberish. This time it was at the police news conference announcing an arrest in the Tampa serial killings. Standing off to the side, apparently translating every...
Hey, Brendan, look.
Ashley, what are you doing?
Nothing. Look at how they bounce. Look. You're not looking.
Ash, cease.
What the fuck is going on? What is that from?
I don't know. I recognize it though.
I got to get back before Cleveland realizes I'm not in bed.
Donna! Donna!
That's the dumbest cat I've ever had. I've ever seen. She's so dumb.
Stop. Stop. Let go. Stop!
Oh. Bitch.
Ja? Ja?
Goodbye.
Alright. There is
An hour.
2 chapters of about 40 minutes each.
Let's do it. Let's do it, babe.
Lying, well-wrapped, under tall grey-skinned trees in a quiet corner of the woodlands on the west bank of the great river. Anduin. He had slept the night away, and the grey morning was dim among the bare branches. Gimli was busy with a small fire near at hand. They started again, before the day was broad. Not that most of the company were eager to hurry southwards. They were content that a decision, which they must make at latest when they came to Rauros and the Tindrock Isle, still lay some days ahead, and they let the river bear them on at its own pace, having no desire to hasten towards the perils that lay beyond. Whichever course they took in the end, Aragorn led them drift with the stream as they wished, husbanding their strength against weariness to come. But he insisted that at least they should start early each day and journey far into the evening, for he felt in his heart the time was pressing, and he feared that the Dark Lord had not been idle while they lingered in Lorien. Nonetheless, they saw no sign of an enemy that day, nor the next. The dull grey hours passed without event. As the third day of their voyage wore on, the lands changed slowly. The trees thinned and then failed altogether. On the eastern bank to their left, they saw long, formless slopes stretching up and away towards the sky. Brown and withered they looked, as if fire had passed over them, leaving no living blade of green. and unfriendly waste, without even a broken tree or a bold stone to relieve the emptiness. They had come to the Brown Lands that lay, vast and desolate, between southern Mirkwood and the hills of the Emin Muil. What pestilence or war or evil deed of the enemy had so blasted all that region even Aragorn could not tell. Upon the west to their right the land was treeless also, but it was flat, and in many places green with wide plains of grass. On this side of the river they passed forests of great reeds, so tall that they shut out all view to the west, as the little boats went rustling by along their fluttering borders, their dark withered plumes bent and tossed in the light cold airs, hissing softly and sadly. Here and there through openings Frodo could catch sudden glimpses of rolling meads, and far beyond them hills in the sunset, and away on the edge of sight a dark line, where marched the southernmost ranks of the misty mountains. There was no sign of living, moving things save birds. Of these there were many, small fowl whistling and piping in the reeds, but they were seldom seen. Once or twice the travellers heard the rush and whine of swan wings, and looking up they saw a great phalanx streaming along the sky. Swans,
said Sam.
and mighty big ones too. Yes, said Aragorn, and they are black swans.
How wide and empty and mournful all this country looks, said Frodo. I always imagined that as one journeyed south it got warmer and merrier, until winter was left behind forever.
We have not journeyed far south yet, answered Aragorn. It is still winter, and we are far from the sea. Here the world is cold until the sudden spring, and we may yet have snow again. Far away down in the Bay of Belfalos, to which Anduin runs, it is warm and merry, maybe. Or would be, but for the enemy. But here we are not above 60 leagues, I guess, south of the South Farthing away in your shire. Hundreds of longer miles yonder. You are looking now southwest across the north plains of the Riddermark. Rohan, the land of the Horse Lords. Ere long we shall come to the mouth of the Limlythe that runs down from Fangorn to join the great river. That is the north boundary of Rohan. And of old, all that lay between Limlight and the White Mountains belonged to the Rohirrim. It is a rich and pleasant land, and its grass has no rival. But in these evil days, folk do not dwell by the river, or ride often to its shores. Anduin is wide, yet the orcs can shoot their arrows far across the stream, and of late it is said they have dared to cross the water and raid the herds and studs of Rohan.
Sam looked from bank to bank uneasily. The trees had seemed hostile before, as if they harbored secret eyes and lurking dangers. Now he wished that the trees were still there. He felt that the company was too naked, afloat in the little open boats in the midst of shelterless lands, and on a river that was the frontier of war. In the next day or two, as they went on, borne steadily southwards, this feeling of insecurity grew on all the company. For the whole day they took to their paddles and hastened forward. The banks slid by. Soon the river broadened and grew more shallow. Long stony beaches lay upon the east, and there were gravel shoals in the water, so that careful steering was needed. The brown lands rose into bleak wolds, over which flowed a chill air from the east. On the other side the meads had become rolling downs of withered grass amid the land of fen and tussock. Frodo shivered, thinking of the lawns and fountains, the clear sun and gentle rains of Lothlorien. There was little speech and no laughter in any of the boats. Each member of the company was busy with his own thoughts. The heart of Legolas was running under the stars of a summer night in some northern glade amid the beech woods. Gimli was fingering gold in his mind and wondering if it were to fit to be wrought into the housing of the lady's gift. Merry and Pippin in the middle boat were ill at ease, for Boromir sat muttering to himself, sometimes biting his nails, as if some restlessness or doubt consumed him, sometimes seizing a paddle and driving the boat close behind Aragorn's. Then Pippin, who sat in the bow looking back, caught a queer gleam in his eye as he peered forward gazing at Frodo. Sam had long ago made up his mind that, though boats were maybe not as dangerous as he'd been brought up to believe, they were far more uncomfortable than even he had imagined. He was cramped and miserable, having nothing to do but stare at the winterlands crawling by and the grey water on either side of him. Even when the paddles were in use, they did not trust Sam with one. As dusk grew down on the 4th day, he was looking back over the bowed heads of Frodo and Aragorn in the following boats. He was drowsy and longed for camp and the feel of earth under his toes. Suddenly, something caught his sight. At first, he stared at it listlessly. Then he sat up and rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, he could not see it anymore. That night, they camped on a small ayat close to the western bank. Sam lay rolled in blankets beside Frodo.
I had a funny dream an hour or two before we stopped, Mr. Frodo,
he said.
Or maybe it wasn't a dream. Funny it was anyway.
Well, what was it? Said Frodo, knowing that Sam would not settle down until he had told his tale, whatever it was. I haven't seen or thought of anything to make me smile since we left Lothlorien.
It wasn't funny that way, Mr. Frodo. It was queer. Oh,
Queer.
wrong if it wasn't a dream. And you had best hear it. It was like this. I saw a log with eyes.
The log's all right, said Frodo. There are many in the river. But leave out the eyes.
That I won't. 'Twas the eyes that made me sit up, so to speak. I saw what I took to be a log floating along in the half-light behind Gimli's boat, but I didn't give much heed to it. Then it seemed as if the log was slowly catching up. And that was peculiar, as you might say, seeing as we were all floating on the stream together. Just then I saw the eyes. Two pale sort of points, shiny like, on a hump at the near end of the log. What's more, it wasn't a log, for it had a paddle feet, like a swan's almost, only they seemed bigger, and kept dipping in and out of the water. That's when I sat right up and rubbed my eyes, meaning to give a shout, if it was still there when I had rubbed the drowse off out of my head. For the whatever it was coming along fast now and getting close behind Gimli. But whether those two lamps spotted me moving and staring, or whether I came to my senses, I don't know. When I looked again, it wasn't there. Yet I think I caught a glimpse, with the tail of my eye, as the saying is, something dark shooting under the shadow of the bank. I couldn't see no more eyes, though. I said to myself, dreaming again, Sam Gimli, I said. And I said no more just then. But I'd been thinking since, and now I'm not so sure. What do you make of it, Mr. Frodo?
I should make nothing of it but a log in the dusk and the sleep in your eyes, Sam, said Frodo. If this was the first time that those eyes had been seen. But it isn't.
I saw them way back north before you reached Lorien. And I saw a strange creature with eyes climbing to the flat that night. Aldia saw it too. And do you remember the report of the elves that went after the Orc band?
Ah, said Sam.
I do. And I remember more too. I don't like my thoughts, but thinking of one thing and another and Mr. Bilbo's stories and all, I fancy I could put a name on the creature. Had a guess. A nasty name. Gollum. Maybe?
Yes, that is what I feared for some time, said Frodo. Ever since the night on the flat. I suppose he was lurking in Moria, and picked up our trail then. But I hoped that our stay in Lorien would throw him off the scent again. The miserable creature must have been hiding in the woods by the Silverlode, watching us start off.
That's about it,
said Sam.
And we better be a bit more watchful ourselves, or we'll feel some nasty fingers around our necks one of these nights, if we ever wake up to feel anything. And that's what I was leading up to. No need to trouble Strider or the others tonight. I'll keep watch, and I can sleep tomorrow, being no more than luggage in a boat, as you might say.
I might, said Frodo, and I might say luggage with eyes. You shall watch, but only if you promise to wake me halfway towards the morning if nothing happens before then. In the dead hours, Frodo came out of a deep dark sleep to find Sam shaking him.
It's a shame to wake you,
whispered Sam.
But that's what you said. There's nothing to tell. Or not much. I thought I heard some soft splashing and a sniffing noise a while back. But you hear a lot of such queer sounds by a river at night.
Queer!
He lay down and Frodo sat up, huddled in his blankets, and fought off his sleep. Minutes or hours passed slowly, and nothing happened. Frodo was just yielding to the temptation to lie down again when a dark shape, hardly visible, floated close to one of the moored boats. A long whitish hand could be dimly seen as it shot out and grabbed the gunwale. Two pale lamp-like eyes shone coldly as they peered inside, and then they lifted and gazed up at Frodo on the Ayat. They were not more than a yard or two away, and Frodo heard the soft hiss of intaken breath. He stood up, drawing Sting from his sheath, and faced the eyes. Immediately their light was shut off. There was another hiss and a splash, and the dark log shape shot away downstream into the night. Aragorn stirred in his sleep, turned over, and sat up. "What is it?" he whispered, springing up and coming to Frodo. "I felt something in my sleep. Why have you drawn your sword?" "Gollum," answered Frodo. "Or at least so I guess." "Ah," said Aragorn. "So you know about our little footpad, do you? He padded after us all through Moria and right down to Nimrodel. Since we took to boats, he has been lying on a log and paddling with his hands and feet. I've tried to catch him once or twice at night, but he is slyer than a fox and slippery as a fish. I hoped the river voyage would beat him, but he is too clever a waterman. We shall have to try going faster tomorrow. You lie down now, and I will keep watch for what is left of the night. I wish I could lay my hands on the wretch. We might make him useful. But if I cannot, we shall have to try and lose him. He is very dangerous. Quite apart from murder by night on his own account, he may put any enemy that is about on our track." The night passed without Gollum showing so much as a shadow again. After that, the company kept a sharp lookout, but they saw no more of Gollum while the voyage lasted. If he was still following, he was very wary and cunning. At Aragorn's bidding, they paddled now for long spells, and the banks went swiftly by. But they saw little of the country, for they journeyed mostly by night and twilight, resting by day and lying as hidden as the land allowed. In this way the time passed without even until the 7th day. The weather was still grey and overcast, with wind from the east, but as evening drew into the night, the sky away westward cleared, and pools of faint light, yellow and pale green, opened under the grey shores of cloud. There the white rind of the new moon could be seen glimmering in the remote lakes. Sam looked at it and puckered his brows. The next day the country on either side began to change rapidly. The banks began to rise and grow stony. Soon they were passing through a hilly rocky land, and so both shores there were steep slopes buried in deep brakes of thorn and slough, tangled with brambles and creepers. Behind them stood low crumbling cliffs and chimneys of grey weathered stone, dark with ivy. And beyond these again there rose high ridges crowned with wind-writhen firs. They were drawing near to the grey hill country of the Emyn Muil, the southern march of Wilderland. There were many birds about the cliffs and the rock chimneys, and all day high in the air flocks of birds had been circling, black against the pale sky. As they lay in their camp that day, Aragorn watched the flights doubtfully, wondering if Gollum had been doing some mischief and the news of their voyage was now moving in the wilderness. Later, as the sun was setting, and the company was stirring and getting ready to start again, he descried a dark spot against the fading light. A great bird high and far off, now wheeling, now flying on slowly southwards.
"What is that, Legolas?"
he asked, pointing to the northern sky.
"Is it as I think, an eagle?"
"Yes," said Legolas. "It is an eagle. A hunting eagle. I wonder what that forebodes. It is far from the mountains."
"We will not start until it is fully dark,"
said Aragorn. The 8th night of their journey came. It was silent and windless. The grey east wind had passed away. The thin crescent of the moon had fallen early into the pale sunset, but the sky was clear above. And though far away in the south there were great stretches of cloud that still shone faintly, in the west stars glinted bright. "Come," said Aragorn, "we will venture one more journey by night. We are coming to the reaches of the river that I do not know well, for I have never journeyed by water in these parts before, not even here at the rapids of San Gebir. But if I am right in my reckoning, those are still many miles ahead. Still, there are dangerous places even before we come there. Rocks and stony eyots in the stream. We must keep a sharp watch and not try to paddle swiftly." To Sam in the leading boat was given the task of watchman. He lay forward, peering into the gloom. The night grew dark, but the stars above seemed strangely bright, and there was a glimmer on the face of the river. It was close on midnight, and they had been drifting for some while, hardly using the paddles. when suddenly Sam cried out. Only a few yards ahead, dark shapes loomed up in the stream, and he heard the swirl of racing water. There was a swift current which swung left, towards the eastern shore, where the channel was clear. As they were swept aside, the travellers could see, now very close, the pale foam of the river lashing against sharp rocks that were thrust out far into the stream like a ridge of teeth. The boats were all huddled together. Shouted Boromir as his boat bumped into the leader. Cried Aragorn. He drove his paddle into the water, trying to hold the boat and bring it round.
I'm out of my reckoning,
He said to Frodo.
I did not know that he had come so far, and the wind blows faster than I thought. San Gepier must be close at hand already.
With great efforts they checked the boats and slowly brought them about. But at first they could make only small headway against the current. And all the time they were carried nearer and nearer to the east bank. Now dark and ominous it loomed up in the night.
All together! Paddle!
Shouted Boromir.
Paddle or we shall be driven down to the shoals!
Even as he spoke, Frodo felt the keel beneath him grate upon stone. At that moment there was a twang of bowstrings. Several arrows whistled over them, and some fell among them. One smote Frodo between the shoulders, and he lurched forward with a cry, letting go his paddle, but the arrow fell back, foiled by his hidden coat of mail. Another passed through Aragorn's hood, and a third stood fast in the gunwale of the second boat, close by Merry's hand. Sam thought he could glimpse black figures running to and fro upon the long single banks that lay under the eastern shore. They seemed very near.
Here!
Said Legolas, falling into his own tongue.
Orcs!
Cried Gimli.
Gollum's doing up and bound!
Said Sam to Frodo.
And a nice place to choose to. The river seems set on taking us right into their arms!
They all leaned forward, straining at the paddles. Even Sam took a hand. Every moment they expected to feel the bite of black feathered arrows. Many whined overhead, or struck the water nearby. But there were no more hits. It was dark, but not too dark for the night eyes of orcs. And in the star glimmer they must have offered their cunning foes some mark. Unless it was that the grey cloaks of Lorien and the grey timber of the elf-wrought boats defeated the malice of the archers of Mordor. Stroke by stroke they laboured on. In the darkness it was hard to be sure that they were indeed moving at all. But slowly the swirl of the water grew less, and the shadow of the eastern bank faded back into the night. At last, as far as they could judge, they had reached the middle of the stream again, and had driven their boats back some distance above the jutting rocks. Then, half turning, they thrust them with all their strength towards the western shore. Under the shadow of bushes leading out over the water, they halted and drew breath. Legolas laid down his paddle and took up the bow that he had brought from Lorien. Then he sprang ashore and climbed a few paces up the bank. Stringing the bow and fitting an arrow, he turned, peering back over the river into the darkness. Across the water there were shrill cries, but nothing could be seen. Frodo looked up at the elf standing tall above him, as he gazed into the night, seeking a mark to shoot at. His head was dark, crowned with sharp white stars that glittered in the black pools of the sky behind. But now rising and sailing up from the south, the great clouds advanced, sending out dark outriders to the starry fields. A sudden dread fell on the company. Bereth Gilfonia! Sighed Legolas as he looked up. Even as he did so, a dark shape, like a cloud and yet not a cloud, for it moved far more swiftly, came out of the blackness in the south, and sped towards the company, blotting out all light as it approached. Soon it appeared as a great winged creature, blacker than the pits in the night. Fierce voices rose up to greet it from across the water. Frodo felt a sudden chill running through him and clutching at his heart. There was a deadly cold, like the memory of an old wound. In his shoulder, he crouched down as if to hide. Suddenly, the great bow of Lorien sang. Shrill went the arrow from the elven string. Frodo looked up. Almost above him, the winged shape swerved. There was a harsh, croaking scream as it fell out of the air, vanishing down into the gloom of the eastern shore. The sky was clean again. There was a tumult of many voices far away, cursing and wailing in the darkness, and then silence. Neither shaft nor cry came again from the east that night. After a while, Aragorn led the boats back upstream. They felt their way along the water's edge for some distance until they found a small, shallow bay. A few low trees grew there, close to the water, and behind them rose a steep, rocky bank. Here the company decided to stay and await the dawn. It was useless to attempt to move further by night. They made no camp and lit no fire, but lay huddled in the boats, moored close together.
Praise be the bow of Galadriel, and the hand and eye of Legolas,
said Gimli as he munched a wafer of lembas.
That was a mighty shot in the dark, my friend.
But who can say what it hit?
Said Legolas.
I cannot,
said Gimli.
but I am glad that the shadow came no nearer. I liked it not at all. Too much it reminded me of the shadow in Moria, the shadow of the Balrog.
He ended in a whisper.
It was not a Balrog,
said Frodo, still shivering with the chill that had come upon him.
It was something colder. I think it was.
Then he paused and fell silent. What do you think? Asked Boromir eagerly, leaning from his boat as if he was trying to catch a glimpse of Frodo's face. I think... No. I will not say, answered Frodo. Whatever it was, its fall has dismayed our enemies.
So it seems,
said Aragorn.
Yet where they are, and how many, and what they will do next, we do not know. This night we must all be sleepless. Dark hides us now. But what the day will show, who can tell? Have your weapons close to hand.
Sam sat tapping the hilt of his sword as he were counting on his fingers and looking up at the sky.
It's very strange,
he murmured.
The moon's the same in the Shire and in Wilderland, or it ought to be. But either it's out of its running, or I'm all wrong in my reckoning. You remember, Mr. Frodo, the moon was waning as we lay on the flat up in that tree. A week from the full, I reckon. And we'd been a week on the way last night when out pops a new moon as thin as a nail paring. As if we had never stayed no time in the Elvish country. Well, I can remember 3 nights there for certain, and I seem to remember several more. But I would take my oath that it was never a whole month. Anyone would think that time did not count in there. And perhaps that was the way of it,
said Frodo.
In that land, maybe, we were in a time that was elsewhere long gone by. It was not, I think, until Silverlode bore us back to the Anduin that we returned to the time that flows through mortal lands, to the great sea. And I don't remember any moon, either new or old, in Carascalathon. Only stars by night and sun by day.
Legolas stirred in his boat.
Nay, time does not tarry ever,
he said.
But change and growth is not in all things and places alike. For the elves the world moves, and it moves both very swift and very slow. Swift because they themselves change little, and all else fleets by. It is a grief to them. Slow because they do not count the running years, not for themselves. The passing seasons are but ripples ever repeated in the long, long stream. Yet beneath the sun all things must wear to an end at last. But the wearing is slow in Lorien,
said Frodo.
The power of the lady is on it. Rich are the hours, though short they seem in Carascalathon, where Galadriel wields the elven ring.
That should not have been said outside Lorien, not even to me, said Aragorn.
Speak no more of it.
But so it is, Sam. In that land you lost your count. Their time flowed swiftly by us, as for the elves. The old moon passed, and a new moon waxed and waned in the world outside, while we tarried there. And yestereve a new moon came again. Winter is nearly gone. Time flows on to a spring of little hope. The night passed silently. No voice or call was heard again across the water. The travellers huddled in their boats felt the changing of the weather. The air grew warm and very still under the great moist clouds that had floated up from the south and the distant seas. The rushing of the river over the rocks of the rapids seemed to grow louder and closer. The twigs of the trees above them began to drip. When the day came, the mood of the world about them had become soft and sad. Slowly the dawn grew to a pale light, diffused and shadowless. There was mist on the river, and white fog swathed the shore. The far bank could not be seen.
Oh, I can't abide fog,
said Sam.
but this seems to be a lucky one. Now perhaps we can get away without those cursed goblins seeking us.
Perhaps so,
said Aragorn.
but it will be hard to find the path unless the fog lifts a little later on. And we must find the path if we are to pass the Saran Gebir and come to the Emin Muil.
I do not see why we should pass the rapids or follow the river any further,
said Boromir.
If the Emin Muil lie before us, then we can abandon these cockle boats and strike westward and southward until we come to the Entwash and cross into my own land. We can if we are making for Minas Tirith, said Aragorn. But that is not yet agreed. And such a course may be more perilous than it sounds. The Vale of Entwash is flat and fenny, and fog is a deadly peril there for those on foot and laden. I would not abandon our boats until we must. The river is at least a path that cannot be missed. But the enemy holds the eastern bank,
objected Boromir.
and even if you pass the gates of Argonath and come unmolested to the Tindrock, what will you do then? Leap down the falls and land in the marshes? No,
answered Aragorn.
Say rather that we will bear our boats by the ancient way to Rauros Foot, and there take to the water again. Do you not know, Boromir, or do you choose to forget the North Stair, and the high seat upon Amonhen that were made in the days of the great kings? I at least have a mind to stand in that high place again, before I decide my course. There, maybe, we shall see some sign that will guide us.
Boromir held out long against this choice, but when it became plain that Frodo would follow Aragorn wherever he went, he gave in.
It is not the way of the men of Minas Tirith to desert their friends at need,
he said,
and you will need my strength if ever you are to reach the Tindrock. To the Tall Isle I go, but no further. Then I shall turn to my home, alone, if my help has not earned the reward of any companionship.
The day was now growing, and the fog had lifted a little. It was decided that Aragorn and Legolas should at once go forward along the shore, while the others remained by the boats. Aragorn hoped to find some way in which they could carry both their boats and their luggage to the smoother water beyond the rapids.
Boats of the elves would not sink, maybe, he said, but that does not say that we should come through Saran Gebir alive. None have ever done so yet. Though no road was made by the men of Gondor in this region, for even in their great days their realm did not reach up Anduin beyond the Emin Muil. But there is a portage way somewhere on the western shore, if I can find it. It cannot yet have perished, for light boats used to journey out of Wilderland down to Osgiliath, and still did so until a few years ago, when the orcs of Mordor began to multiply. Seldom in my life has any boat come out of the north, and the orcs prowl on the east shore. If you go forward, peril will grow with every mile, even if you find a path. Peril lies ahead on every southward road, answered Aragorn. Wait for us one day. If we do not return in that time, you will know that evil has indeed befallen us. Then you must take a new leader, and follow him as best you can. It was with a heavy heart that Frodo saw Aragorn and Legolas climb the steep bank and vanish into the mists. But his fears proved groundless. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed, and it was barely midday when the shadowy shapes of the explorers appeared again.
All is well,
said Aragorn, as he clambered down the bank. There is a track, and it leads to a good landing that is still serviceable. The distance is not great. The head of the rapids is but half a mile below us, and they are little more than a mile long. Not far beyond them, the stream becomes clear and smooth again, though it runs swiftly. Our hardest task will be to get our boats and baggage to the old portage way. We have found it, but it lies well back from the waterside here, and runs under the lee of a rock wall, and a furlong or more from the shore. We did not find where the northward landing lies. If it still remains, we must have passed it yesterday night. We might labor far upstream and yet miss it in the fog. I fear we must leave the river now, and make for Portage Way as best we can from here. That would not be easy, even if we were all men,
said Boromir.
Yet such as we are, we will try it, said Aragorn.
Aye, we will,
said Gimli.
The legs of men will lag on a rough road, while a dwarf goes on. Be the burden twice his own weight, Master Boromir.
The task proved hard indeed, yet in the end it was done. The goods were taken out of the boats and brought to the top of the bank, where there was a level space. Then the boats were drawn out of the water and carried up. They were far less heavy than any had expected. Of what tree growing in the elvish country they were made, not even Legolas knew. But the wood was tough and yet strangely light. Merry and Pippin alone could carry their boat with ease along the flat. Nonetheless, it needed the strength of the two men to lift and haul them over the ground that the company now had to cross. It sloped up away from the river, a tumbled waste of grey limestone boulders, with many hidden holes shrouded with weeds and brushes. There were thickets of brambles and sheer dells, and here and there boggy pools fed by waters trickling from the terraces further inland. One by one, Boromir and Aragorn carried the boats, while the others toiled and scrambled after them with the baggage. At last all was removed and laid on the portage way. Then, with little further hindrance save from sprawling briars and many fallen stones, they moved forward altogether. Fog still hung in veils upon the crumbling rock wall, and to their left mist shrouded the river. They could hear it rushing and foaming over the sharp shells and stony teeth of Saran Gabir, but they could not see it. Twice they made the journey, before all was brought safe to the southern landing. There the portage way, turning back to waterside, ran gently down to the shallow edge of a little pool. It seemed to have been scooped in the riverside not by hand, but by the water swirling down from Saran Gabir against a low pyre of rock that jutted out some way into the stream. Beyond it the shore rose sheer into a grey cliff, and there was no further passage for those on foot. Already the short afternoon was past, and a dim cloudy dusk was closing in. They sat beside the water listening to the confused rush and roar of the rapids hidden in the mist. They were tired and sleepy, and their hearts were as gloomy as the dying day.
Well, here we are, and here we must pass another night,
said Boromir.
We need sleep, and even if Aragorn had a mind to pass the gates of Argonath by night, we are all too tired. Except, no doubt, our sturdy dwarf.
Gimli made no reply. He was nodding as he sat. Let us rest as much as we can now, said Aragorn. Tomorrow we must journey by day again, unless the weather changes once more and cheats us. We shall have a good chance of slipping through unseen by any eyes of the eastern shore. But tonight two must watch together in turns, 3 hours off and one on guard. Nothing happened that night worse than a brief drizzle of rain an hour before dawn. As soon as it was fully light they started. Already the fog was thinning. They kept as close as they could to the western side, and they could see the dim shapes of the low cliffs rising ever higher, shadowy walls with their feet in the hurrying river. In the mid-morning the clouds drew down lower, and it began to rain heavily. They drew the skin covers over their boats to prevent them from being flooded, and drifted on. Little could be seen before them or about them, through the grey falling curtains. The rain, however, did not last long. Slowly the sky above grew lighter, and then suddenly the clouds broke, and their draggled fringes trailed away northward up the river. The fogs and mists were gone. Before the travellers lay a wide ravine, with great rocky sides to which clung, upon shelves and in narrow crevices, a few thorn trees. The channel grew narrower, and the river swifter. Now they were speeding along with little hope of stopping or turning, whatever they might meet ahead. Over them was a lane of pale blue sky, around them the dark overshadowed river, and before them, black, shutting out the sun, the hills of Emimuil, in which no opening could be seen. Frodo, peering forward, saw in the distance two great rocks approaching. Like great pinnacles or pillars of stone they seemed. Tall and sheer and ominous they stood upon either side of the stream. A narrow gap appeared between them, and the river swept the boats towards it.
Behold the Argonath, the pillars of the kings,
cried Aragorn.
Keep the boats in line and as far apart as you can. Hold the middle of the stream.
As Frodo was borne towards them, the great pillars rose like towers to meet them. Giants they seemed to him, vast grey figures, silent but threatening. Then he saw that they were indeed shaped and fashioned. The craft and power of old had wrought upon them, and still they preserved through the suns and rains of forgotten years the mighty likenesses in which they had been hewn. Upon great pedestals founded in the deep waters stood two great kings of stone. Still with blurred eyes and crannied brows they frowned upon the north. The left hand of each was raised palm outwards in gesture of warning. In each right hand there was an axe. Upon each head there was a crumbling helm and crown. Great power and majesty they still wore, the silent wardens of a long-vanished kingdom. Awe and fear fell upon Frodo, and he covered down, shutting his eyes and not daring to look up as the boat drew near. Even Boromir bowed his head as the boat whirled by, frail and fleeting as little leaves, under the enduring shadow of the sentinels of Númenor. So they passed into the dark chasm of the gates. Sheer rose the dreadful cliffs to unguessed heights on either side. Far off was the dim sky. The black waters roared and echoed, and a wind screamed over them. Frodo, crouching over his knees, heard Sam in front muttering and groaning.
What a place. What a horrible place. Just let me get out of this boat and I'll never wet my toes in a puddle again, let alone a river.
Fear not,
said a strange voice behind him. Frodo turned and saw Strider, and yet not Strider, for the weather-worn ranger was no longer there. In the stern sat Aragorn, son of Arathorn, proud and erect, guiding the boat with skillful strokes. His hood was cast back, and his dark hair was blowing in the wind.
Yep.
A light was in his eyes, a king returning from exile to his own land.
Fear not,
he said.
Long have I desired to look upon the likenesses of Isildur and Anarion, my sires of old. Under their shadow, Elessar the Elfstone, son of Arathorn of the house of Valandil, Isildur's son, heir of Elendil, has naught to dread.
The light of his eyes faded and he spoke to himself.
Would that Gandalf were here. How my heart yearns for Minas Anor and the walls of my own city. But whither now shall I go?
The chasm was long and dark, and filled with the noise of wind and rushing water and echoing stone. It bent somewhat towards the west, so that at first all was dark ahead, but soon Frodo saw a tall gap of light before him, ever growing. Swiftly it drew near, and suddenly the boats shot through, out into a wide, clear light. The sun, already long fallen from the noon, was shining in a windy sky. The spent water spread out into a long oval lake, pale Nen Hithoel, fenced by steep grey hills whose sides were clad with trees. But their heads were bare, cold gleaming in the sunlight. At the far southern end rose 3 peaks. The midmost stood somewhat forward from the others, and sundered from them, an island in the waters, about which the flowing river flung pale shimmering arms. Distant but deep there came up on the wind a roaring sound like the roll of thunder heard far away.
Behold Tol Brandir,
said Aragorn, pointing south to the tall peak.
Upon the left stands Amon Hlor, and upon the right is Amon Hen, the hills of hearing and of sight. In the days of the great kings there were high seats upon them, and watch was kept there. But it is said that no foot of man or beast has ever been set upon Tol Brandir. Ere the shade of night falls, we shall come to them. I hear the endless voice of Rauros calling.
The company rested now for a while, drifting south on the current that flowed through the middle of the lake. They ate some food, and then they took to their paddles and hastened on their way. The sides of the westward hills fell into shadow, and the sun grew round and red. Here and there a misty star peered out. The 3 peaks loomed before them, darkling in the twilight. Rauros was roaring with a great voice. Already night was laid on the flowing waters, when the travelers came at last under the shadow of the hills. The 10th day of their journey was over. Wilderland was behind them. They could go no further without choice between the east way and the west. The last stage of the quest was before them.
Is that the chapter?
Yeah, it seems there's like 30 seconds of silence. Just give it a moment.
It's beautiful.
Chapter 22. The Breaking of the Fellowship.
No! Aragorn. Not Aragorn. Boromir.
Aragorn led them to the right arm of the river. Here upon its western side, under the shadow of Tol Brandir, a green lawn ran down to the water from the feet of Amon Hen. Behind it rose the first gentle slopes of the hill, clad with trees, and trees marched away westward along the curving shores of the lake. A little spring fell tumbling down and fed the grass. "Here we will rest tonight," said Aragorn. "This is the lawn of Parth Galen, a fair place in the summer days of old. Let us hope that no evil has yet come here." They drew up their boats on the green banks, and beside them they made their camp. They set a watch, but had no sight nor sound of their enemies. If Gollum had contrived to follow them, he remained unseen and unheard. Nonetheless, as the night wore on, Aragorn grew uneasy, tossing often in his sleep and waking. In the small hours he got up, and came to Frodo, whose turn it was to watch. "Why are you waking?" asked Frodo. "It is not your watch." "I do not know," answered Aragorn, "but a shadow and a threat has been growing in my sleep. It would be well to draw your sword." "Why?" said Frodo. "Our enemies at hand." "Let us see what sting may show," answered Aragorn. Frodo then drew the elf blade from his sheath. To his dismay, the edges gleamed dimly in the night. "Orcs," he said. "Not very near, and yet too near, it seems." "I feared as much," said Aragorn, "but maybe they are not on this side of the river. The light of sting is faint, and it may point to no more than spies of Mordor roaming on the slopes of Amon Lor. I have never heard before of orcs upon Amon Hen. Yet who knows what may happen in these evil days, now that Minas Tirith no longer holds secure the passages of Anduin. We must go warily tomorrow." The day came like fire and smoke. Low in the east there were black bars of cloud like the fumes of great burning. The rising sun lit them from beneath with flames of murky red, but soon it climbed above them into a clear sky. The summit of Tol Brandir was tipped with gold. Frodo looked out eastward and gazed at the tall island. Its sides sprang sheer out of the running water. High above the tall cliffs were steep slopes upon which trees climbed, mounting one head above another. And above them again were grey faces of inaccessible rock, crowned by a great spire of stone. Many birds were circling about it, but no sign of other living things could be seen.
Uh-oh, I know this rock.
When they had eaten, Aragorn called the company together. "The day has come at last," he said. "The day of choice, which we have long delayed. What shall now become of our company that has travelled so far in fellowship? Shall we turn west with Boromir and go to the wars of Gondor? Or turn east to the fear and shadow? Or shall we break our fellowship and go this way and that, as each may choose? Whatever we do must be done soon. We cannot long halt here. The enemy is on the eastern shore, we know, but I fear that the orcs may already be on this side of the water." There was a long silence in which no one spoke or moved. "Well, Frodo," said Aragorn at last, "I fear that the burden is laid upon you. You are the bearer appointed by the council. Your own way you alone can choose. In this matter I cannot advise you. I am not Gandalf, and though I have tried to bear his part, I do not know what design or hope he had for this hour, if indeed he had any. Most likely it seems that if he were here now, the choice would still wait upon you. Such is your fate." Frodo did not answer at once. Then he spoke slowly. "I know that haste is needed, yet I cannot choose. The burden is heavy. Give me an hour longer, and I will speak. Let me be alone." Aragorn looked at him with kindly pity. "Very well, Frodo, son of Drogo," he said. You shall have an hour, and you shall be alone. We will stay here for a while, but do not stray far or out of call. Frodo sat for a moment with his head bowed. Sam, who had been watching his master with great concern, shook his head and muttered.
Plain as a pikestaff it is. But it's no good Sam Gamgee putting in his smoke just now.
Presently Frodo got up and walked away, and Sam saw that while the others restrained themselves and did not stare at him, the eyes of Boromir followed Frodo intently, until he passed out of sight in the trees at the foot of Amon Hen. Wandering aimlessly at first in the wood, Frodo found that his feet were leading him up towards the slopes of the hill. He came to a path, the dwindling ruins of a road long ago. In steep places stairs of stone had been hewn, but now they were cracked and worn, and split by the roots of trees, until he came to a grassy place. Rowan trees grew about it, and in the midst was a wide flat stone. The little upland lawn was open upon the east and was filled now with the early sunlight. Frodo halted and looked over the river. Far below him tall Brandir and the birds wheeling in the great gulf of air between him and the untrodden isle. The voice of Rauros was a mighty roaring mingled with a deep throbbing boom.
Throbbing.
He sat down upon the stone and cupped his chin in his hands, staring eastward but seeing little with his eyes. All that had happened since Bilbo left the Shire was passing through his mind, and he recalled and pondered everything that he could remember of Gandalf's words. Time went on, and still he was no nearer to a choice. Suddenly he awoke from his thoughts. A strange feeling came to him that something was behind him, that unfriendly eyes were upon him. He sprang up and turned, but all that he saw to his surprise was Boromir, and his face was smiling and kind. "I was afraid for you, Frodo," he said, coming forward. "If Aragorn is right, then orcs are near, then none of us should wander alone, and you least of all. So much depends on you, and my heart is too heavy. May I stay now and talk for a while, since I have found you? It would comfort me. Where there are so many, all speech becomes a debate without end. But two together may perhaps find wisdom."
You are kind, answered Frodo, but I do not think that any speech will help me, for I know what I should do. But I am afraid of doing it, Boromir. Afraid.
Boromir stood silent. Rauros roared endlessly on. The wind murmured in the branches of the trees. Frodo shivered. Suddenly Boromir came and sat behind him. "Are you sure that you do not suffer needlessly?" he said. "I wish to help you. You need counsel in your hard choice. Will you not take mine?"
I think I know already what counsel you would give, Boromir,
said Frodo.
And it would seem like wisdom but for the warning in my heart.
"Warning? Warning against what?" said Boromir sharply.
Against delay. Against the way that seems easier. Against refusal of the burden that is still laid on me. Against... well, if it must be said, against trust in the strength and truth of men.
Yet that strength has long protected you far away in your little country, though you knew it not.
I do not doubt the valor of your people, but the world is changing. The walls of Minas Tirith may be strong, but they are not strong enough. If they fail, what then?
We shall fall in battle valiantly. Yet there is still hope that they will not fail.
No hope while the ring lasts,
said Frodo. "Ah, the ring," said Boromir, his eyes lighting. "The ring! Is it not a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt for so small a thing? So small a thing, and I have seen it only in an instant in the House of Elrond. Could I not have a sight of it again?" Frodo looked up.
Uh-oh.
His heart went suddenly cold. He caught the strange gleam in Boromir's eyes, yet his face was still kind and friendly.
"It is best that it should lie hidden," he answered.
"As you wish,"
I cannot, said Boromir. Yet may I not even speak of it, for you seem ever to think only of its power in the hands of the enemy, of its evil uses, not of its good. The world is changing, you say. Minas Tirith will fall if the ring lasts. But why? Certainly if the ring were with the enemy, but why if it were with us? We are not at the council, answered Frodo, because we cannot use it, and what is done with it tends to evil. Boromir got up and walked about impatiently. So you go on, he cried. Gandalf, Elrond, all these folk have taught you to say so. For themselves they may be right. These elves and half-elves and wizards, they would come to grief perhaps. Yet often I doubt if they are wise and not merely timid, but each to his own kind. True-hearted men, they will not be corrupted. We of Minas Tirith have been staunch through long years of trial. We do not desire the power of wizard lords, only the strength to defend ourselves. Strength in a just cause. And behold, in our need, chance brings to light the Ring of Power. It is a gift, I say, a gift to the foes of Mordor. It is mad not to use it, to use the power of the enemy against him. The fearless, the ruthless, these alone will achieve victory. What could not a warrior do in this hour? A great leader. What could not Aragorn do? Or if he refuses, why not Boromir? The ring would give me power of command. Oh, how I would drive the hosts of Mordor, and all the men would flock to my banner. Boromir strode up and down, speaking ever more loudly. Almost he seemed to have forgotten Frodo, while his talk dwelt on walls and weapons, and the mustering of men, and he drew plans of great alliances and glorious victories to be. And he cast down Mordor, and became himself a mighty king, benevolent and wise. Suddenly he stopped and waved his arms. And they tell us to throw it away, he cried. I do not say destroy it. That might be well if reason could show any hope of doing so. It does not. The only plan that is proposed to us is that the halfling should walk blindly into Mordor and offer the enemy every chance of recapturing it for himself. Folly! Surely you see it, my friend, he said, turning now suddenly to Frodo again. You say you are afraid. If it is so, the boldest should pardon you. But is it not really your good sense that revolts? No, no, I am afraid, said Frodo. Simply afraid. But I am glad to have heard you speak so fully. My mind is clearer now. Then you will come to Minas Tirith, cried Boromir. His eyes were shining and his face eager. You misunderstand me, said Frodo. But you will come. At least for a while, Boromir persisted. My city is not far now, and it is little further from there to Mordor than from here. We have been long in the wilderness, and you need news of what the enemy is doing before you make a move. Come with me, Frodo, he said. You need rest before your venture, if go you must. He laid his hand on the hobbit's shoulder in friendly fashion, but Frodo felt the hand trembling with suppressed excitement. He stepped quickly away and eyed with alarm the tall man, nearly twice his height and many times his match in strength. Why are you so unfriendly? Said Boromir. I am a true man, neither thief nor tracker. I need your ring, that you know now. But I give you my word that I do not desire to keep it. Will you not at least let me make trial of my plan? Lend me the ring. No, no, cried Frodo. The council laid it upon me to bear it. It is by your own folly that the enemy will defeat us, cried Boromir. How it angers me! Fool! Obstinate fool! Running willfully to death and ruining our cause. If any mortals have claim to the ring, it is the men of Númenor and not halflings. It is not yours, save by unhappy chance. It might have been mine. It should have been mine. Give it to me! Frodo did not answer, but moved away till the great flat stone stood between them. Come, my friend, said Boromir in a softer voice. Why not get rid of it? Why not be free of your doubt and fear? You can lay the blame on me if you will. You can say that I was too strong and took it by force. For I am too strong for you, halfling! He cried. And suddenly he sprang over the stone and leaped at Frodo. His fair and pleasant face was hideously changed. A raging fire was in his eyes. Frodo dodged aside and put the stone between them. There was only one thing he could do. Trembling, he put out the ring upon its chain and quickly slipped it on his finger. Even as Boromir sprang at him again, the man gasped, stared for a moment amazed, and then ran wildly about, seeking here and there among the rocks and trees.
Miserable trickster!
He shouted.
Let me get my hands on you! Now I see your mind. You will take the ring to Sauron and sell us all! You've only waited for your chance to leave us in the lurch. Curse you! Curse you and all the halflings to death and darkness!
Then, catching his foot on a stone, he fell sprawling and lay upon his face. For a while he was still, as if his own curse had struck him down. Then suddenly he wept. He rose and passed his hand over his eyes, dashing away the tears.
What have I said? What have I said?
He cried.
What have I done? Frodo! Frodo!
He called.
Come back! Come back! A madness took me, but it is past. Come back! Come back!
There was no answer. Frodo did not even hear his cries. He was already far away, leaping blindly up the path to the hilltop. Terror and grief shook him. Seeing in his thought the mad, fierce face of Boromir and his burning eyes. Soon he came out alone on the summit of Amon Hen, and halted, gasping for breath. He saw as through a mist, a wide flat circle paved with mighty flags and surrounded with a crumbling battlement, and in the middle, set upon 4 carven pillars, was a high seat, reached by a stair of many steps. Up he went and sat upon the ancient chair, feeling like a lost child that had clambered upon the throne of mountain kings. At first he could see little. He seemed to be in a world of mist, in which there were only shadows. The ring was upon him. Then here and there the mists gave way, and he saw many visions, small and clear as if they were under his eyes upon a table, and yet remote. There was no sound, only bright living images. The world seemed to have shrunk and fallen silent. He was sitting upon the seat of seeing, on Amon Hen, the hill of the eye of the men of Númenor. Eastward he looked into wide uncharted lands, nameless plains and forests unexplored. Northward he looked, and the great river lay like a ribbon beneath him, and the misty mountains stood small and hard as broken teeth. Westward he looked and saw the broad pastures of Rohan, and Orthanc, the pinnacle of Isengard, like a black spike. Southward he looked, and below his very feet the great river curled like a topping wave and plunged over the falls of Rauros into a foaming pit. A glimmering rainbow played
Now
upon
what's
the
to the
foam.
east?
And Ethir Anduin he saw, the mighty delta of the river, and pyramids of seabirds whirling like a white dust in the sun, and beneath them a green and silver sea, rippling in endless lines. But everywhere he looked he saw the signs of war. The misty mountains were crawling like anthills. Orcs were issuing out of 1,000 holes. Under the boughs of Mirkwood there was deadly strife of elves and men and fell beasts. The land of the Beornings was aflame. A cloud was over Moria. Smoke rose on the borders of Lorien. Horsemen were galloping on the grass of Rohan. Wolves poured from Isengard. From the havens of Harad, ships of war put out to sea, and out of the east men were moving endlessly. Swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen upon horses, chariots of chieftains and laden wains. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. Then turning south again, he beheld Minas Tirith. Far away it seemed, and beautiful. White-walled, many-towered, proud and fair upon its mountain seat. Its battlements glittered with steel, and its turrets were bright with many banners. Hope leaped in his heart, but against Minas Tirith was set another fortress, greater and more strong. Thither, eastward, unwilling his eye was drawn. It passed the ruined bridges of Osgiliath, the grinning gates of Minas Morgul, and the haunted mountains, and it looked upon Gorgoroth, the Valley of Terror in the land of Mordor. Darkness lay there under the sun. Fire glowed amid the smoke. Mount Doom was burning, and a great reek rising. Then at last his gaze was held. Wall upon wall, battlement upon battlement, black, immeasurably strong, mountain of iron, gate of steel, tower of adamant. He fortress of Sauron. All hope left him. And suddenly he felt the eye. There was an eye in the dark tower that did not sleep. He knew that it had become aware of his gaze. A fierce, eager will was there. It leaped towards him, almost like a finger he felt it, searching for him. Very soon it would nail him down, know just exactly where he was. Amenhlor it touched. It glanced upon Tolbrandir. He threw himself from the seat, crouching, covering his head with his grey hood. He heard himself crying out.
Never! Never!
Or was it?
Verily! Verily I come to you!
He could not tell. Then, as a flash from some other point of power, there came to his mind another thought.
Take it off! Take it off, fool! Take off the ring!
The two powers strove in him. For a moment, perfectly balanced between their piercing points, he writhed, tormented. Suddenly he was aware of himself again. Frodo, neither the voice nor the eye, free to choose, and with one remaining instant in which to do so, he took the ring off his finger. He was kneeling in clear sunlight before the high seat. A black shadow seemed to pass like an arm above him. It missed Amon Hen, and groped out west, and faded.
Oh.
Then all the sky was clean and blue, and birds sang in every tree. Frodo rose to his feet. A great weariness was on him, but his will was firm, and his heart lighter. He spoke aloud to himself. I will do now what I must, he said. This at least is plain. The evil of the ring is already at work, even in the company, and the ring must leave them before it does more harm. I will go alone. Some I cannot trust, and those I can trust are too dear to me. Poor old Sam, and Merry, and Pippin. Strider too. His heart yearns for Minas Tirith, and he will be needed there. Now Boromir has fallen into evil. I will go alone. At once. He went quickly down the path and came back to the lawn where Boromir had found him. Then he halted, listening. He thought he could hear cries and calls from the woods near the shore below. They'll be hunting for me, he said. I wonder how long I have been away. Hours, I should think. He hesitated. What can I do? He muttered. I must go now, or I shall never go. I shan't get a chance again. I hate leaving them and like this without an explanation. But surely they will understand. Sam will. And what else can I do? Slowly he drew out the ring and put it on once more. He vanished and passed down the hill, less than a rustle of the wind. The others remained long by the riverside. For some time they had been silent, moving restlessly about, but now they were sitting in a circle, and they were talking. Every now and again they made efforts to speak of other things, of their long road and many adventures. They questioned Aragorn concerning the realm of Gondor and its ancient history, and the remnants of its great works that could still be seen in this strange borderland of the Emyn Muil. The stone kings and the seats of Hlor and Hen, and the great stair beside the falls of Rauros. But always their thoughts and words strayed back to Frodo and the ring. What would Frodo choose to do? Why was he hesitating? He is debating which course is the most desperate, I think, said Aragorn. And well he may. It is now more hopeless than ever for the company to go east, since we have been tracked by Gollum, and must fear that the secret of our journey is already betrayed. But Minas Tirith is no nearer to the fire and the destruction of the burden. We may remain there for a while and make a brave stand, but the Lord Denethor and all his men cannot hope to do what even Elrond said was beyond his power. Either to keep the burden secret, or to hold off the full might of the enemy when he comes to take it. Which way would any of us choose in Frodo's place? I do not know. Now indeed we miss Gandalf most. Grievous is our loss, said Legolas. Yet we must needs make up our minds without his aid. Why cannot we decide and so help Frodo? Let us call him back and then vote. I should vote for Minas Tirith.
And so should I, said Gimli. We, of course, were only sent to help the bearer along the road, and go no further than we wished. And none of us is under any oath or command to seek Mount Doom. Hard was my parting from Lothlorien, yet I have come so far, and I say this. Now we have reached the last choice. It is clear to me that I cannot leave Frodo. I would choose Minas Tirith, but if he does not, then I follow him.
And I too will go with him, said Legolas. It would be faithless now to say farewell. It would indeed be a betrayal if we all left him, said Aragorn. But if he goes east, then all need not go with him. Nor do I think that all should. That venture is desperate. As much so for 8 as for 3 or 2, or 1 alone. If you would let me choose, then I should appoint 3 companions. Sam, who would not bear it otherwise, and Gimli and myself. Boromir will return to his own city, where his father and his people need him. And with him the others should go, or at least Meriadoc and Peregrine if Legolas is not willing to leave us. That won't do it all, cried Merry. We can't leave Frodo. Pippin and I always intended to go wherever he went, and we still do. But we did not realize what that would mean. It seemed different so far away in the Shire or in Riverdale. It would be bad and cruel to let Frodo
Riverdale.
go to Mordor. Why can't we stop him? We must stop him, said Pippin.
We
And
must
that is
stop
what
him.
He's worrying about, I'm sure. He knows we shan't agree to his going east. He doesn't like to ask anyone to go with him. Imagine it, going off to Mordor, alone. Pippin shuddered. But the dear serial hobbit, he ought to know that he hasn't got to ask. We ought to know that if we can't stop him, we shan't leave him. Begging your pardon, said Sam. I don't think you understand my master at all. He isn't hesitating about which way to go. Of course not. What's the good of Minas Tirith anyway? To him. Begging your pardon, Master Boromir, he added and turned. It was then that they discovered that Boromir, who at first had been sitting silent on the outside of the circle, was no longer there. Now where's he got to? Cried Sam, looking worried. He's been a bit queer lately to my mind.
Queer?
But anyway, he's not in this business. He's off to his home, as he always said. And no blame to him. But Mr. Frodo, he knows he's got to find the cracks of Doom, if he can. But he's afraid. Now it's come to the point he's just plain terrified. That's what his trouble is. Of course, he's had a bit of schooling, so to speak. We all have, since we left home. Or he'd be so terrified they'd just fling the ring in the river and bolt. But he's still too frightened to start. And he isn't worried about us either, whether we'll be going with him or no. He knows we mean to. That's another thing that's bothering him. If he screws himself up to go, he'll want to go alone, mark my words. We're going to have trouble when he comes back, for he'll screw himself up all right, as sure as his name's Baggins. I believe you speak more wisely than any of us, Sam, said Aragorn. And what shall we do if you prove right? Stop him! Don't let him go! Cried Pippin. I wonder, said Aragorn. He is the bearer, and the fate of the burden is on him. I do not think that it is our part to drive him one way or the other, nor do I think that we should succeed if we tried. There are other powers at work, far stronger. Well, I wish Frodo could screw himself up and come back, and let us get it over, said Pippin. This waiting is horrible. Surely the time is up. Yes, said Aragorn. The hour is long past. The morning is wearing away. We must call for him. At that moment, Boromir reappeared. He came out from the trees and walked towards them without speaking. His face looked grim and sad. He paused as if counting those that were present, and then sat down aloof, with his eyes on the ground. Where have you been, Boromir? Asked Aragorn. Have you seen Frodo? Boromir hesitated for a second. Yes, and no, he answered slowly. Yes, I found him some way up the hill and I spoke to him. I urged him to come to Minas Tirith and not go east. I grew angry, and he left me. He vanished. I have never seen such a thing happen before, though I have heard of it in tales.
He must have put the ring on. I could not find him again. I thought he would return to you. Is that all you have to say? Said Aragorn, looking hard and not too kindly at Boromir. Yes, he answered. I will say no more yet.
This is bad, cried Sam, jumping up. I don't know what this man has been up to. Why should Mr. Frodo put the thing on? He didn't know to have, and if he has, goodness knows what might have happened. But he wouldn't keep it on, said Merry. Not when he escaped the unwelcome visitor like Bilbo used to. But where did he go? Where is he? Cried Pippin. He's been away ages now. How long is it since you saw Frodo last, Boromir? Answered Aragorn. Half an hour, maybe, he answered. Or it might be an hour. I have wandered for some time since. I do not know. I do not know. He put his head in his hands, and he sat as if bowed with grief. An hour since he vanished, shouted Sam. We must try to find him at once. Come on! Wait a moment, cried Aragorn. We must divide up into pairs and arrange... Here! Hold on! Wait! It was no good. They took no notice of him. Sam had dashed off first. Merry and Pippin had followed, and were already disappearing westward into the trees by the shore, shouting, Frodo! Frodo! In their clear, high hobbit voices. Legolas and Gimli were running. A sudden panic or madness seemed to have fallen on the company. We shall be scattered and lost, groaned Aragorn. Boromir, I do not know what part you have played in all this mischief, but help now. Go after those two young hobbits and guard them at the least, even if you cannot find Frodo. Come back to this spot if you find him, or any traces of him. I shall return soon. Aragorn sprang swiftly away and went in pursuit of Sam. Just as he reached the little lawn among the rowans, he overtook him, toiling uphill, panting and calling, Frodo! Frodo! Come with me, Sam, he said. None of us should be alone. There is mischief about, I feel it. I'm going to the top, to the seat of Amonhen, to see what may be seen. And look! It is as my heart guessed. Frodo went this way. Follow me! And keep your eyes open. He sped up the path. Sam did his best, but he could not keep up with Strider the Ranger, and soon fell behind. He had not gone far before Aragorn was out of sight ahead. Sam stopped and puffed. Suddenly he clapped his hand to his head. Whoa! Whoa, Sam Gamgee, he said aloud. Your legs are too short, but use your head. Let me see now. Boromir isn't lying. That's not his way. But he hasn't told us everything. Something scared Mr. Frodo badly. He screwed himself up to the point sudden. He made up his mind at last. To go. Where to? What face? Not without Sam. Yes. Yes, without even his Sam. Oh, that's hard. Cruel hard. Sam passed his hand over his eyes, brushing away the tears. Steady, Gamgee, he said. Think if you can. He can't fly across... Can't fly across rivers. He can't trip waterfalls. He's got no gear. So he's got to get back to the boats. Back to the boats. Back to the boats, Sam, like lightning! Sam turned and bolted back down the path. He fell and cut his knees. Up he got and ran on. He came to the edge of the lawn of Parth Galen by the shore, where the boats were drawn up out of the water. No one was there. There seemed to be cries in the woods behind, but he did not heed them. He stood gazing for a moment, rock still, gaping. A boat was sliding down the bank all by itself. With a shout, Sam raced across the grass. The boat slipped into the water. Coming, Mr. Frodo! Coming! Called Sam and flung himself from the bank, clutching at the departing boat. He missed it by a yard. With a cry and a splash, he fell face downward into deep, swift water. Gurgling, he went under, and the river closed over his curly head. An exclamation of dismay came from the empty boat. The paddle swelled and the boat put about. Frodo was just in time to grasp Sam by the hair as he came up, bubbling and struggling. Fear was staring in his round brown eyes. Have you come, Sam, my lad? Said Frodo. Now, take my hand. Save me, Mr. Frodo. Oh, gasped Sam. I'm drowning, Frodo. I I can't see your hand. Here it is. Don't pitch, lad. I won't let you go. Tread water and don't flounder or you'll upset the boat. There now. Give a hold to the side. And let me use the paddle. With a few strokes, Frodo brought the boat back to the bank, and Sam was able to scramble out, wet as a water rat. Frodo took off the ring and stepped ashore again. Of all the confounded nuisances, you are the worst, Sam, he said. Oh, Mr. Frodo, that's hard, said Sam, shivering. That's hard. Trying to go without me and all. If I hadn't guessed right, where would you be now? Safely on my way. Safely, said Sam. All alone and without me to help you? I couldn't have borne it. It'd have to be the death of me. It would be death of you to come with me, Sam, said Frodo. And I could not have borne that. Not as certain as being left behind, said Sam. But I am going to Mordor. I know that well enough, Mr. Frodo. Of course you are. And I'm coming with you. Now,
Oh, Sam!
said Frodo, don't hinder me. The others will be coming back any minute. If they catch me here, I shall have to argue and explain, and I shall never have the heart or the chance to get off. But I must go at once. It's the only way. Of course it is, answered Sam. I'm not alone. I'm coming too, or neither of us isn't going. I'll knock holes in all the boats first. Frodo actually laughed. A sudden warmth and gladness touched his heart. Leave one, he said. We'll need it. But you can't come like this without your gear or food or anything. Oh, just hold on a moment and I'll get my stuff, cried Sam eagerly. It's all ready. I thought we should be off today. He rushed to the camping place, fished out his pack from the pile where Frodo had laid it when he emptied the boat of his companion's goods, grabbed a spare blanket and some extra packages of food, and ran back. So all my plan is spoilt, said Frodo. It's no good trying to escape you. But I'm glad, Sam. I cannot tell you how glad. Come along. It is plain that we were meant to go together. We will go. And may the others find a safer road. Strider will look after them. I don't suppose we shall see them again. We may yet, Mr. Frodo. We may, said Sam. So Frodo and Sam set off on the last stage of the quest together. Frodo paddled away from the shore, and the river bore them swiftly away, down the western arm, and past the frowning cliffs of Tol Brandir. The roar of the great falls drew nearer. Even with such help as Sam could give, it was hard work to pass across the current at the southward end of the island, and drive the boat eastward towards the far shore. At length they came to land again upon the southern slopes of Amon Hlor. There they found a shelving shore, and they drew the boat out, high above the water, and hid it as well as they could behind the great boulder. Then, shouldering their burdens, they set off, seeking a path that would bring them over the grey hills of the Emin Muil, and down into the land of shadow.
Did we do it? Did I do it?
Yeah. There's like 30 seconds left, but
I read the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh! Na 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 da 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 da.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Dun 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 da da 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 dun 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 da da dun da da dun.
Chill.
If Lord of the Rings was EDM.
Ooh. Ooh, baby, a triple.
Here, this can be our outro music for the stream.
Hold on. Hold on. Come on, man.
Play the music I sent.
Give me a second, Ash. Ow. Ooh, my back popped out. I threw out my back.
My pussy fell out.
What am I playing?
The most recent thing.
You sent me hentai.
I know I did.
What am I watching this for?
This is our outro music.
Oh.
Oh, this isn't the most recent thing, Brendan.
This is the most recent thing.
Scroll down. Scroll down.
There's...
All the way down.
Oh. Oh, okay. What in the fuck is this? Jesus H. Christ.
Da, 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 da. You don't have to play all of it.